All right, hello. So I just finished the movie, and I'm just gonna record the intro now. It's also fresh, and I have a better sense of what took place here today in this video. Um, so yeah, we're gonna watch 71 fragments of a chronology of chance. This is a 1994 film by Mikhail Haneke. Um, and what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna not even really watch the film per se. I'm gonna watch it and talk about it, and we're gonna watch it and talk about it. Well, we're gonna watch it. I'm gonna talk about it, but it's not really watching it, right? We're not really experiencing it. So if you're expecting, well, one, it's not an essay. I don't have a thesis, and I think that you're gonna find that, uh, me going on a general mission to uh, or rather, what I'm gonna do is just try and make as many connections as I can. Try and notice as much as possible about the film. Almost like kind of read it a little bit. Um, Doing that without providing a thesis that all those little pieces of evidence are meant to support is going to be actually quite fitting for the film. Actually, I mean, there's no way you're watching this and you haven't seen the film, and so yeah, I think that makes sense to do here. Also, it's a bit of a cover story for why, I'm not gonna, do a big video essay and write really clear, coherent thoughts and have a pretty compelling and interesting thesis because that's a lot of work. For now, I just want to go through the film, talk about the film, make as many observations as I can, and draw little dots. Draw a bunch of little dots, and maybe if you really like the film, you can take a step back and get like a sort of pointillism painting, that might bring some stuff to mind. Speaking of which, um, you know, there's nothing I can say here that will increase your enjoyment of the film. And if you find that as a result of watching this video, you like the movie more, you're totally bankrupt. And you might even be evil. So maybe take a second and think about that because, you know, analysis is cool. Analysis is interesting. I don't even know if what I'm doing even deserves to be called analysis, but, this stuff's cool, but, you know, this isn't going to make you like the movie. What's going to make you like the movie is watching the movie again or, watching the movie, period. So, I just want to really put a disclaimer out there that I'm not pretending, I want it to be clear that I understand and I hope you understand that that we're just here to talk about some maybe interesting ideas and stuff, but, you know, watching a movie is something other than what we're going to do here today. Anyway, all right. Enjoy. I guess this is like it's partly for my sake. I've continually felt drawn to do something like this. Um, you know, and I think similar to the podcast as a whole, it to some degree just served as a mechanism to like facilitate certain things that, I or we want to just do anyway. So I'm not going to get too bogged down by, who or what this is for, but I'm going to do it. And I'm sure, I'll say a bunch of embarrassing stuff and a lot of not so insightful stuff. I will say that Hanukkah generally, when I get into the whatever nitty gritty of him, like the, quote unquote ideas, the guy is generally above my pay grade. I mean, I'm not familiar with like a lot of the texts and philosophy he might be referencing. People always talk about Adorno and stuff when they talk about Hanukkah. And I mean, there's a good book, A Companion to Michael Haneke. I think it's like edited or like compiled by Grundman. And that's cool, but man, that is above my pay grade. So like maybe one day I'll be able to really be authoritative, but I think I'm just gonna watch it and kind of talk out loud and just notice as much as I can. So I guess let's get into it. Also, I'm playing this on speakers, so like when the film is particularly loud, there will likely be some echo, but I'm not overly concerned with this prospect as, you know, this video will be certainly no way to experience the film. So I guess I'm just gonna give my narrative play-by-play on what it's like to be me watching a movie. Although not really at all. This is not how I would watch a movie. Hold on, I've gotten ahead of myself. I wasn't ready. Alright, let's start over. I didn't even watch the beginning of the movie. Okay, here we're starting. Thank you, Criterion Channel, for providing this experience. Yeah. Anus Films, thank you. We love the work you do. Let me recline here. On 1223 max. Okay, so this is what we're seeing, right? Let's see. Ugh. Do we have this set up? Okay. What is this film about? I usually like to ask when it starts. So it's about, I guess, right, on some date. So we're in 93. Some guy named Max, 19-year-old, gunned down 3 people in a Viennese bank. Okay, and then killed himself with a bullet to the head shortly afterwards. A little specific. So this like reads a bit like news. Also, yeah, I've seen the movie once before, so like it might seem like, I'm gonna actually do my best not to reference or like um allude to things that like will only like ideas or moments and stuff that will take place later in the film. I mean, to some degree, it's hard for me to you can't do that because I don't when I read this thing, right, to me it reads like news, but I happen to know that the next thing we see is going to be news, right? So it's just a thought, but I think it does read like news. A gunshot to the head. So what's this about? It's about the fact that on some date, a 19-year-old, uh, what, killed 3 people, shot 3 people. Did he kill 3 people? Gunned down 3. Yeah, it seems like probably killed 3 people in a bank, and then killed himself. He shot himself in the head. So I guess that's what this is about. But we're gonna keep it fresh on what this is about. I mean, it's kind of a news statement. It's a fact, really. It imparts it's just a fact. Maybe relevant. Okay, we're watching a news story. Right, like news. I don't know. It's news is fact, right? Allegedly, it's reality. Let's assume it's not worry about it. But it's also a story, right? It's a news story, right? These like events, refugees walk, more than 100,000 people are still fleeing from war. So we have some like horrific images of war. 100,000 people, right? Like that's like incomprehensible, like emotional reality. You can't really wrap your head around what that means, but it is a fact, and it is, awful. These people are, in a war, fleeing a war situation. It's pretty tough, and but we're seeing it through the news. They're trying to tell us maybe a news story. I'm not sure exactly in what way. Maybe a story figures in here, but we're getting some facts. So this is in keeping with the opening shot. And they're unhappy facts, just like the first one. Although here we're talking about 100,000 people suffering, and the first fact is just, about one man inflicting suffering and then killing himself. So in a way, he seems to also be suffering, you'd imagine. Okay, so we got a little fight going on. Some global news. The UN's involved, right? How much bigger, the UN? It's pretty like explicit global symbol or global political symbol. Okay, so people fighting. We got stuff going on Mogadishu.
Die US-Streitkräfte den Somalis die verworrene Politik Präsident Clintons
beizubringen.
Donnernde Flugzeuge, Bomben,
United States dropping bombs, interfering with other nations. So we got we've got people fighting before at the UN meeting, I think, and now we've got different nations fighting or interfering and bothering each other, and so we've got conflict between entities, and like nation states are like an interesting, of course, I don't enjoy the fact that, the things I'm saying really, I think, seem to imply, or allude to other things in the film. So I'm kind of like teeing up ideas, like acting fake, like if this were my first viewing, I don't know if I'd be saying the things I'm saying, but I do think entity warfare or state warfare is interesting, like states in general, like there's allusion to the UN, right? You've got this United Nations where states seem to, group up and agree upon a law that all states must follow. But I think more classically, nations and states, consist of the sovereign and whatnot, and um, like nation to nation interactions exist outside of any kind of law other than, some sort of implied natural law. And you know, uh, so it's like interesting, right? As opposed to like right, our my interactions with someone in my real life, right, is like governed by you know certainly a lot of things, right? There's a societal thing, but we live under a system of laws and whatnot, and there's something about sovereign interactions where you know the social reality between states is obviously real, but like they do stand in like a unique position with respect to like there is no higher structure than the state. Or rather, there's the UN. So, um, like the UN is to, its members as the state is to its citizens, maybe. But it seems like there's a lot of fighting with the UN and things aren't going so well with the UN in this news story. So, maybe like, the ability to, have entities, with the vague implication of people as well as states interact as if they are not in a state of, what's his name? Leviathan guy Hobbes. I'm pretty sure, right? He says, like all states are always at war with each other. I mean, not literally, of course, but rather, uh, the way they interact is not beholden to some kind of law, and so in a way they're at war, right? They might pal up or whatever, but doing so only they do so because they think it's in their interest. Um, so kind of some
Psychologische
ideas there.
Kampfführung.
Talking about U.S.
Amerikaner
engaging
und
in
Somalis
psychological
reichen sich
warfare.
die Hände zum Frieden.
American Somalis shake hands,
Auf der
gesture of
Rückseite
peace. So they're dropping propaganda. They're dropping
des Flugblatts
like
steht,
political media
nur
things.
Rebellenführer Aidid verhindert die Versöhnung.
It's kind of
Das zu
interesting.
glauben fällt den
You know,
Somalis
I
schwer
don't know.
beim
Maybe I
Anblick
wish I
von
knew more
schwer
about this actual
bewaffneten
real life conflict
US-Soldaten,
that they're talking about.
Panzern und Kampfhubschraubern. Ali Mahdi, der Gegenspieler Aidids, verlangt eine klare Linie von Clinton. Wenn er die Clans nicht entwaffnen lässt, versinkt Somalia wieder in Anarchie und Chaos, sagt er.
That's
Doch
interesting.
waffnen
Hold
lässt,
on.
verlangt ein und
So we got this
Kampfhubschraubern.
guy,
Ali Mahdi, der Gegenspieler
Ali
Aidids,
Mahdi.
verlangt
These
eine
rivals
klare
demanding a
Linie
clear
von
statement from
Clinton.
Clinton.
Wenn er die Clans
If he
nicht
doesn't
entwaffnen
disarm the
lässt,
clans,
versinkt Somalia wieder in
Somalia will
Anarchie
sink
und
back into
Chaos,
anarchy and
sagt er.
chaos.
Doch die Amerikaner sind fest
But the
entschlossen,
Americans are
das
determined to
Land
withdraw
in
in
6
6 months.
Monaten zu
Interesting.
verlassen.
Der Karibikstaat Haiti entwickelt
Caribbean
sich zum
nation
neuen
Haiti is becoming a
Krisenherd
new
für die
crisis
Vereinten
point.
Nationen. Insgesamt 1600 Militärberater, Polizeiausbilder und Verwaltungsexperten wollen dem Land bei der Rückkehr zur Demokratie helfen. Doch ähnlich wie in Somalia regt sich Widerstand gegen die Soldaten aus den USA und Kanada, die das Vorauskommando bilden. Ralf Vogestraat berichtet.
So there's some type of issue of identity, right? Like it seems like you've got some UN nations coming in, utilizing a bit of force to try and help, some type of sovereign state, maybe regain its sovereignty with respect to its own citizens. And I mean, I guess they're pushing back a bit. They don't, they're resisting the U.S. and Canadian forces. Maybe a little identity crisis there. Maybe a little, insofar as someone else is going to come in and help them define themselves, that, maybe there's some type of oxymoronic language there.
Das amerikanische Schiff Harlan County
It's a big
immer noch
battleship
vor der Küste
outside
von
of
Port-au-Prince
a
voran.
very poor looking
Bewaffnete
place.
Banden
That is a powerful image. That is awesome, actually. Holy smokes. Woof.
haben den Hafen besetzt und
Armed gangs in
protestieren
the
gegen die,
harbor.
wie sie es nennen, ausländische Invasion.
Foreign
Von Haitis
invasion.
Militärmacht
Careful
und
orchestrated
sorgfältig
action by Haiti's
inszeniert
military.
wurden Diplomaten
Right,
und
Haiti,
Journalisten.
diplomat journalists. Oh, okay, the story's cut off, and now we're seeing something real. So, anyway, the movie starts out with a fact about, this kid, whatever, and then we get a couple news stories about global conflict, global violent conflict, the scale of which is massive. only facts are communicated, quote unquote, although I guess it's important, like, are those facts imbued with like narrative? Rather, like, are they, do the facts themselves have narrative within them? Or also, like, is there a story here? Is the story, like, is there a story there? I don't know. The scale is also just epic. It's epic in scale. 100,000, war refugees and blah, blah, blah. It's all suffering, too. It seems like all suffering and conflict. Also, the news. We're being so, So what's this movie going to be about? Is it about media, news? We saw media within media, right? Like a news story talking about the U.S. delivering propaganda or dropping propaganda. I'm saying propaganda, or whatever, dropping political, communications for strategic purposes. Um, and so you've got like a media focus, you've got a suffering focus, you've got um, kind of like a grand scale, And to me, I think like right, anytime I hear about some thing, right, like some massive atrocity in which a ton of people are involved, right, it's just kind of unfathomable. And like, is it to make me feel small? Am I to feel impassioned by it? Like, I think this is probably, you know, not unrelatable for the general modern person, um, of just like, I mean, those messages of, like it's almost it's hard to relate to, like suffering on an epic scale. And like this is delivered to you constantly and through media. I mean, there's no other way to get it really. Maybe that'll be relevant. Let's see what we got here. We're looking at water, top down. We've got leaves in it. Um, okay, we see someone. See a person. I think you can tell by his gait. He's younger. He's wading through water. He's fully clothed, so he's not equipped for this type of thing. He's kind of wading through this water. The water looks pretty dirty. It's nighttime. He's turning around his back. Is someone following him? Um, do we know does he know where he's going? We obviously don't know where he's going. We don't even know where he is, but uh, he turns around again. He seems awfully concerned with leaving something rather than going somewhere. Or, if he's definitely concerned about what's behind him, and he seems, he looks back in a nervous, paranoid way. So, like, climbs a hill. Not an easy thing to do. Also, it does seem confirmed by now that this is a very small, person, young guy. Um, yeah, climbing a hill. I mean, he doesn't seem to be exerting great. He looks around again. He seems very concerned. But he's walking up a hill. Is he on an uphill battle? Is he going somewhere difficult? Is he about to go on a very difficult journey? I don't know. But, maybe we'll come back to this idea. I mean, but this is important as I mean, everything's important naturally, but as one of the first things you see, what is this about? Okay, we see his face for the first time in clear. He's looking at something. I don't know. I mean, kids aren't generally the greatest actors. I don't know if I want to read into his expression, but he looks relatively dumbfounded, interested, curious. Behind him is like, right, he's coming out of the woods. And you can hear, okay, so we hear a car, we see lights, we see a relatively familiar rural setting. He also, let's see. Okay. Is that him? Yeah, it's him. He's crawled into a truck. He's carrying appliances. Presumably, this is like a wholesale thing, right? Like these are products. I think this is actually, maybe I'll wait to comment on the interesting, why I think it's particularly interesting that it's washing machines, it seems like. I mean, the thing he's wrestling against is certainly a washing machine. Oh, he's taking his pants off. What's going on? Oh, he's just rubbing them. It goes dark. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna get ahead of myself a little bit because I don't want to forget about these appliances. But I mean, he's definitely surrounded by appliances. It looks like maybe refrigerators as well as washing machines. Actually, almost certainly, you can see, second to right on that row of appliances he's eating against, right? You've got a washing machine, a something I don't know. The next one's clearly a fridge freezer combo, and I don't know what the rest is, but right. I'm gonna get ahead of myself here, right? Because I know that this kid is like some type of migrant refugee. I can't remember if he's a refugee or if he's just a migrant, if it's economic or war related, but right, he's moving from a very poor place to wherever this takes place, Austria, presumably. Anyway, appliances are crazy because I think, appliances really do define the modern interpersonal dynamic, in my view. Um, right, like if you think about uh, like the family, right? The family unit is meant to be, right, like, the core social unit of any, society, civilization, whatever. For all of history, or most of human history, it was, right? And um, I don't know, like the family was important, but it wasn't like the family is today. The family today, I mean, you read all the comments like, oh, cut yourself off from them, whatever. But I mean, that's just a reference to like how I think people don't take like people talk very poorly of the idea of like, related only by blood. Oh yeah, they're family, but just by blood. Like that doesn't matter. But anyway, like the family unit um today is almost like a friendship, like a friendship thing. It's love, right? It's in a good example, it's love. But you have it's not like a necessary social unit or a necessary unit in terms of like you making it in the world, so to say, or like surviving or something, right? Like something more primal. But um anyway, appliances changed the home. They revolutionized the home. I mean, imagine the amount of right. Or anyway, my idea, the family used to be a very much uh, essential as a useful social unit, right? The family was on an estate, right? You needed people to do like upkeeping a home. I'm thinking, especially like post. I don't even know. Upkeeping a home is a big deal. And, this isn't explicitly a woman thing, right? But like a home, rather an estate, right? We think of it more as a home because we think of a house, but like an estate, right? If you owned any kind of property, or maybe not owned it, but upkept it, right? You had a little thing, you had a little garden, you had a this, you had a that. There's so much work to do. And anyway, appliances, I mean, dishwasher, not so bad. But clothes, dishwasher, oven, like these things made I don't know, I'm just kind of going off on this whole family unit thing, but like the appliance made a massive, massive difference, especially in the lives of women, arguably gave rise to the feminine mystique. I mean, not that the feminine mystique revolved around the fact that upkeeping a home became easy, right? As opposed to it used to be really hard, and so the woman's role was proper in place. Like that's not what I'm saying, but it did revolutionize what it meant to take care of a household, you know. And I mean, it became a lot easier. I don't know. I just think the appliance is an interesting choice. Like, I mean, it's technology, first of all, right? It's very modern. It makes a massive difference. I mean, the refrigerator, obviously, food, right? Like, I mean, that's insane. Being able to store most food, right? I mean, this is trite, but we'll get on with it. But I think the appliance choice is like relatively like of the mount, like what if he was laying in a bed of phones? Like I don't think it would be quite the same. I mean, obviously phones didn't exist in what is this film, 1997? Anyway, it didn't exist then like it does now, but whatever. We'll just move on. So he's riding in the back. He's unsecured. I particularly remember when I watched the first time, I was worried for him, like falling out of this truck. But we'll see. Yeah, I jumped the gun on the migrant thing. I don't think you could really say that now. Although, oh yeah, without parent, this is a child, and once he gets in the truck, it's certified. Like, this kid's not with anyone, right? He's on his own. I think that gives migrant, energy, migrant connotation. But that's a big deal, right? On his own, very young, big city. So he looks to the front, right? He's been watching where they're going. He's been looking back. You can see the cars on the highway. Now he's looking ahead of them. Okay, they're on a freeway. They're entering into what looks like, quite a big city area. And now we get the title sequence. 71 fragments of a chronology of chance. 71 fragments of a chronology of chance. Okay, so the title implies that what this is a sequence of random events, and we're gonna see fragments of that sequence. So I don't know if we're gonna see like an incomplete set of elements of the sequence, or if we're gonna see, even incomplete elements. I would think mostly that. I mean, fragment, right? A fragment. When I think fragment, right, I think of a broken object, broken glass, broken ceramic, broken hard, brittle objects, right? A fragment. Like a fragment is not a section, it's not a portion, it's not a piece per se. It's there's something broken in the word fragments, I think, and also it gives a total sense of incomplete, right? It's incomplete. And we've already seen, I think, a couple fragments already in the 71. I mean, the movie literally is, as I'm aware, 71 fragments, and one of them was that news story. So, interesting. I think I'm probably going to talk a lot, by the way. I mean, I find it hard to believe anyone's listening, but by Michael Haneke, thank you very much. So they're in a large truck, they're on the highway. I do love the look of this place, compared to where I'm from, like, the U.S. I mean, I don't know, there's something about the lights that it just seems a little weird. I don't know what I'm saying, but, yeah, definitely going to talk more in the beginning, I think, like, and that's like probably actually a really bad heuristic of feeling like, what's at the important, I already said what's in the beginning is really important, but of course everything's important. But that, of course, everything's important line sort of sounds like lip service to something I know to be consciously true, but maybe haven't like really integrated that fact, because like obviously what you see in the beginning is different. It's almost by definition impossible to have a beginning without like that thing, trying to set expectations or just initialize some type of concept, expectation, attitude, whatever. Beginnings just are important, is what I'm saying. Not necessarily of films, but beginning of anything is always important insofar as it's going to affect the rest of the thing. Beginnings and endings. This is no surprise. But I should probably mind myself more to realize that it's important at all times. So we're just like, this is very patient, nothing's really happening. We're rolling into, it seems like we're getting deeper and deeper, right? We started a little more on the outskirts, now we're looking at gas stations, we're seeing some shops. We're seeing a lot more cars. We're off the freeway. We're just on a kind of main street maybe. I'm not super familiar with like European, not logistics, I guess transit, I don't know. Infrastructure. So I don't know if this is a freeway. It's trying to resemble a freeway, but there's an intersection where we go. But we're just gonna make our way through it. I'm gonna try not to skip ahead. What are we thinking here? Like, when you're really watching this, I mean, I can't sit here and describe what it's like to actually watch this. I mean, of course, right now I'm more like reading it than I am experiencing it or watching it. But this is very patient. This is very kind of uninteresting. I mean, what's the energy I'm feeling? I bet it's cold outside. Oh, we've got cars on a freeway. Okay, yeah. See, this is a good thing to notice. I don't know, like cars on a freeway. This is modern. This is a contemporary comment or something, like the atomization. Like cars on a freeway are crazy. Like, I mean, you are just right. Looking at like, what are we looking at here? We're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you got tons in the distance, but like 10 different cars right here with people in them. These are lives, these are worlds. These are just worlds on the 4 wheels, baby. We see McDonald's, thank God. Phillips, big brand. Coca-Cola, big brand. But like these little lives navigating around each other, right? They have to try and do so safely, so they follow laws, right? But we've got, okay, End of, right? And that's a fragmentary feeling. The end of the news story cut off mid-sentence. That cut, like, I don't even get, that's actually interesting. So, like, this feels, I mean, how else could it end? On tempo? There's no, I mean, like no matter what, the way you cut off that shot, unless this shot really took us somewhere to a story or something where tempo became present. And now this is kind of making me think back to like, what is it like to be in this thing? It's like it's tempo-less. Like there's no rhythm, there's no, right? It's losing track of any kind of pace. It's just going. It's like an ambient, type of thing. Anyway, this cut feels abrupt. It feels out of nowhere. It almost surprises you. And I think this is just going to further support a sort of fragmentary nature, like I was talking about earlier. Okay, boom. This is the one of the more interesting things we've seen so far. What do we have? Breaks a lock. Okay, a heist? What? Crazy. On a heist, this door is very unnatural, so I mean, you'd be, I think, surprised to learn that it's residential, so I think it's not. We're illuminated by flashlight only. Okay. Already, everything we've seen, and this is in contrast to what we've seen so far, like a very different visual style. Everything is very close to the objects at hand. So we see hands, opens the door. It's very close, right? You can't see him. Like, this is the most we see of him, and it's maybe even half his torso. Okay, again, close up. We really don't have a good sense of the space. Don't know where we are, but we're getting a very close up of what he's got. He's got a bag, kind of a sports bag, flashlight. Okay, it's illuminating some. Oh, okay, guns. I mean, maybe you wouldn't recognize it unless you knew. I mean, it's a Glock, which is, an Austrian. I think they're Glocks. And, a Glock is classically a U.S. police standard issue. I don't know if it still is, but very popular as such. But they're an Austrian. Glock is an Austrian company. And Haneke is an Austrian director. Okay, we got big bolt cutters. Looks like we're cutting some type of security device. I think it's more or less clear we're looking at guns now. Oh, he's looking around. So he looks around. He thinks, is this going to be okay? Gets maybe a little nervous, and he thinks, let's do it. Cut. Did it break? Was that success? Oh, he's worried about the noise. He's looking around. Do you even hear that? He seems relatively calm. He seems relatively young. I'd say mid to late 20s. He's got a relatively, clean-cut look. Maybe he's a professional. He does seem nervous about being hurt or nervous about what he's doing, but he definitely isn't like outputting so far any like, this isn't someone who's like super ethically concerned with what he's doing per se. He's not like some tortured soul so far. I mean, maybe we'll see that later, but so far he seems moderately concerned with, being detected, but also isn't torturing himself about it. Isn't, his concern is not getting in the way really of what he's doing. I mean, he had a brief pause, but okay, so we're taking some Glocks. Okay, so he seems to, he cut some safety mechanism, the thing that's holding these Glocks in place with some big bolt cutters. It's kind of cool. Braking, right? That's another, like, reference to security, it seems. Right? This guy is going to cross the lines of security. Or cross boundaries that exist as some form of security, but I mean, every law is going to be considered some form of security. Oh. We hear someone. Okay, this is a good example. Like, do I tell you am I nervous for him? I'll tell you what, right now I'm definitely not, because I'm just sitting here talking about everything I see and how it might relate. But like if I were to say, oh, I'm feeling kind of nervous, right? I might say I might be feeling nervous, but I am not watching this movie right now. So we hear some voices, but he continues. He's not so scared, right? He thinks, okay, I think we're good. They got in the car and left. I'm fine. I mean, I can't even tell you how nervous I was when I watched this. It was a little bit ago, but I bet I'd be feeling really nervous. I mean, this guy is engaging in like, I mean, this is Europe too. I mean, that was a stupid comment. I mean, stealing guns no matter where you are is pretty serious, but I mean, like in terms of like what he is risking here, whether you're in the US or Europe or whatever, right? This is real deal. Like, you are putting it all on the line. If this guy gets caught doing this, well, maybe it's also different. Probably in the US, you're really putting it on the line. I mean, the Europe, I have some type of intuitive sense that punishment in Europe is a little lighter. Like, in the US, I think you'd be like really, flirting with big long sentences. I don't know what things are like in Austria or Europe, whatever. But this guy's definitely, this is very, very risky. But he seems he's got the goods he put in his bag. We got another lock, and we see on the thing it says explosive. So this is where we start to think, why is this guy doing this? And when we get to explosives, we're thinking, like, I don't know. I guess, you would, I guess the default is to think it's for money. He's got a little more, oh, he's got a crowbar too. A device we haven't seen, but it's kind of cool. Maybe he did use the crowbar in the first door, in the opening sequence of this fragment. Okay, but we get into this thing, it's explosives, but it's just ammunition. Okay, we're back to the kid. And obviously that last one cut on a kind of abrupt way. I really like that way that feels. It really, really has a massive impact. I mean, when you think about like the tempo or the rhythm of a film, you can think of films that just operate like clockwork. Like, I mean, there's so many, but like Babette's Feast, I think, is one that stands out to me as just, I mean, what a rhythm, like clockwork. It just beat, 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 beat. I mean, not that fast, but anyway. I mean, Haneke has this. Haneke has Code Unknown. Like these, like really rhythmless, gives it like a super cold feeling, right? Like rhythm and tempo generally feel warm and nice, right? Um, or they feel like, yeah, warm and nice, I guess. Anyway, also the colors here so far. I mean, with the exception of the news, which in itself gives like a cold energy, right? Like all these colors are cold, right? This is not visually warm yet. I mean, we've had a lot of monochrome. I mean, in the past sequence a bit. Um, the kid was in some greenery, although he was leaving greenery to enter into a world of concrete highways and whatnot. And but yeah, I think by this point we would start to get the feeling like, this is a bit drab visually in terms of the color, like the world in which it exists. I think so far the cinematography is like pretty exciting. It feels really deliberate, which is like interesting. I think in like really deliberate feeling and like constructed images. Like this one, I mean, you're right. You've got like a set of like intersecting lines of a freeway framed by the edge of this feels pretty constructed. It feels right. I'm saying it feels, but I mean, I don't know. I think it's fair. I can look at this image. I'm not watching the film, but I'm definitely experiencing this image. Lowercase I image. Anyway, you definitely have like a cinematography that's very constructed, very structured, very like uh kind of contrasted with like the cold, detached, uh unordered thing it films. I mean, I'm probably reading too much into it, knowing the film, but this is what I'm feeling at least. I think I'm just going to keep doing that and I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm going to try not to reference things that literally happen in the future of the film, but I don't mind just talking about it like I know, you know. Anyway, what was that idea? Anyway, it's cold. Although there's a very structured cinematography that is contrasting a cold, detached world, and the fragments themselves being cut off and incomplete are also in contrast to the imagery, I feel. Um, in general, there's a kind of a sense that, like, you're looking at different things, different people. You're extreme. I mean, the cuts. Every time you see the cut, and especially when it's abrupt, and you look at black, right? Like every single cut. When I say cut, I mean like the cut to black that demarcate the 71 fragments, right? Like every time you see that is a extremely strong. Honestly, with the cut, the abruption of the cut and the way it leaves you confused for a moment, and you totally feel its abruptness, right? That is a very strong message to you. You are watching a film. I am making decisions, and I'm showing them to you, right? Like the degree to which you're interacting with a film and conscious of it are like super strong. Or I don't know, super strong, but you're receiving very strong signals that is happening. Okay, what do we got? We got a guy. He's in like a sort of. It could be lower class, but I'd say middle class. Middle class home, nothing fancy. He's got wallpapers with designs, but they're relatively bare, so it's kind of like a. It's not very homey. It's sort of sparse. He's an old alarm clock. He's waking up obviously very early, it seems. I mean, it could be late, but you intuitively think it's very early. He's a middle-aged man, maybe a little older than that. I'd say it depends. I don't know how healthy he is. At least 40. He's very tired. I'd say it looks like he does this a lot. I mean, that was a good move there. It's hard to get out of bed, honestly, when you're tired like this. This guy obviously, I think, gets out of bed early a lot. I mean, the way he looked down, he reveled in how tired he is, but he knew you just got to do it. And that's so true. It's hard. Sometimes I'll sit in bed and like, I'm trying to wake up and I'm tired, and I will try and think myself out of bed. So stupid. Like, you just need to make that first move, and everything will change. Like for me, just sit up, right? If I can sit up, that'll change everything. But anyway, I think this guy's a pro at this type of thing. He's wearing a shirt. He's got glasses. His view of the world is mediated by I mean, relatively modern technology. What do you ask her? How is she? 102.8. Okay, so I think, right, you've got a child with a fever. Okay, this woman's unflattering, right? This is very quote unquote realistic. That was meant to be a little bit of a joke, but I mean, this isn't, who knows what she's like? I don't yet, but not a very flattering pic. Again, we have a very close up picture of hands doing something. They're sticking a shitty diaper into a toilet, or not toilet, a trash can. And also a trash can that doesn't have a liner in it. So, like, this is actually insanely gross. I think this is something that the film is not intending to put into my mind. Um, it seems like, I mean, this is going to be a relatively quick shot, I think, right? But anyway, I mean, I think the big point here is very much focused on close-ups of objects that human hands are interacting with, right? Again, we have this shot, right? We're so close up. What does this mean? Like, and what are we close up on? We're on a stove. She's, done this thing on a stove. I mean, like, honestly, I keep harping on it, and it might just be like a personal taste thing or like what I think about, but I mean, like, these people's lives are like they're operating in an alien environment with respect to like most of human history, right? I mean, this technology doesn't even look anything new to us now, right? But 97, this still probably didn't look very nice in 97, but it doesn't matter, man. Like, this is a stove, and we were talking about appliances earlier, so I'm taking the point. But, um, yeah, what am I? Anyway, close up on hands, objects, things we interact with. I mean, tools, breaking things. I don't know, but it gives it. I really like close-up stuff. I love, in general, having a sense of like making the small feel like a big world, like this stovetop or this object, right? Like, like there are all these little worlds. And I think if you think classically, and maybe why it is the case that scenes generally depict much more of the people involved in the action than the action itself, if we're talking about small actions, not, action movie action. But like, yeah, like this is what they do. This is, and it's such a focus on the object interacted upon and not the person interacting with the object. I guess that's one thing we can think about. Like this is object oriented, and this is like, I don't know, it doesn't make it, obviously, it doesn't make it look big, right? But just by pointing attention at a smaller space, I think you enrich the larger space that's composed of all the smaller spaces. And therein maybe is another idea about like, large spaces encompassing small spaces encompassing like, like referencing earlier, like the UN is to its members as those members, which are sovereign states, are to their citizens, and like different, I don't know, just different like scales of attention. And also, yeah, that might actually fit because like news is hard to watch because like hard, quote unquote. And maybe I'm like just totally dismissing it as if it's proper. I'm not saying that exactly, but like it's hard to engage with, you know, very large scale epic suffering, right? And it's just on a scale you can't connect with. And I think that that's like immediately clear enough for me to think that that is being brought into my mind and is meant to contrast like this very focus on the small, right? And in a way, if this film, right, as we're told, the first thing it's about this, about the fact that, the kid shot up three people in a bank and killed himself, right? Like, this is about one person. Like, that's another thing where, like, this film is going to focus on that kid, I guess. That's the really opening frame. But then the next thing you see is this big, huge world whose, moral moral contents and factual contents is just, again, incomprehensible. So we're focusing on the small here. I think this is relevant. But again, media, the only media we've seen so far is two propaganda things, both about large scale things, right? They're not, the media we've seen so far is focused on the big. And of course, we're constantly reminded by the ends of these fragments that we're being, that we are engaging with media, we're engaging with some type of storytelling. And also, everything so far has been factual. I mean, like, I think that that is going to be in tune with the news, right? Like, what are we being told, right? Are we being like, is the camera, is the audio, is the anything so far? Has it, made any claims about the thing it shows? I mean, so far, I have felt like these have been matter of fact showing, right? Like, I'm not, I don't feel set up for anything really so far. I mean, well, I hope this is making sense. Like, basically, like, this almost seems like, if you were to make a movie consisting only of facts, right? And not just in the actual content, but in the way you tell them, right? Like maybe like a news reporter, he just tells you, right? So maybe he's comparing himself to the news, but the news is suffering, focused on massive scale suffering, and maybe this film is ultimately going to be about massive scale suffering. I mean, so far, a lot of talks of modernity and appliances and things like this, um, which is funny, um, but we see the small scale, and maybe it's going to be about small scale suffering and how, like, draws an overall image of massive scale suffering. I don't know. But there's definitely things about, there's something going on here about scale and, yeah, about scale. A lot of reference to scale. Puts his socks on. He has a gun. That's, whoa, okay. Why does he have a gun? I'll tell you what, this couple, they're not looking glamorous, they're not looking rich, but they're also not looking like really low class. They're looking about middle class. So the fact that he has a gun, and it's kind of a part of like he had his clothes kind of stacked, in the way he did, like, almost prepped. Uh, I'm not feeling like, oh, that was insanely sad. Anyway, I was gonna say, I would sooner bet he's a cop or something. I mean, it's so fake because I know what he is, but I'm justifying it. Okay, she's taking off her shirt. Oh, you can already see her bottom lip begin to quiver. Oh. Oh. Oh my gosh. That actually is almost making me tear up. That's incredible too. I mean, sometimes if you think about crafting your own story, like, that is, it's tough, right? And you think about, there's all, films in general are going to deploy various methods to try and get you to sympathize with a character. And make you care about them. I instantly care about this person. And maybe all that's happened here is, I mean, first of all, this is the first person in this film I care about. I think we maybe naturally care about the child, but in both cases, debatably, some suspect methodology has been used. You think about the kid. Why do we care about him? He's a kid. If that were an adult, I mean, we care about him, right? But as a character, like, are we invested? If something happens to them, are we gonna be super worried, right? Like, I don't think so. Honestly, take for example that kid, right? First of all, if it weren't a kid, if it were like a middle-aged man, in all the same getup, and um, wherever he gets where he's going, if he were to like, if someone were to catch him in the truck, and say, you're under arrest, I think it'd be, I think my point is coming across, even though this example may not be so good, because obviously, like, the impact for arresting a child it's just different. But anyway, using a child as a way to auto-generate, sympathy from the audience, that's one thing. This woman, maybe we only feel sympathy because she cries, so it's just like if you have someone suffering, right, you're going to empathize, you're going to sympathize with them. So is this a cheap trick? I don't know. It was awful. I mean, it was very compelling, which I think surprises me, like this is actually some magic, I think. Or maybe I'm mistaking, like, maybe I am just so, gullible so as to this trick, make someone suffer and the audience will care about them. But this really struck a chord with me just a minute ago in earnest. I mean, it almost had me choking up. I don't know what, there's something really good about it. It doesn't, I don't know. That really caught me off guard. Really caught me off guard. And this is going to be like the first time I think the audience really feels something emotional, feels any kind of connection to a character if it's not just me. And also, I mean, this is by far the most exciting thing to happen. I mean, I guess, if you sit back and it's the most emotionally exciting thing to happen so far. I mean, the kid, the kid in the thing is exciting, right? It's a child alone on a bus traveling to a place. You do get the sense that he's a migrant or something, especially when you're already told about you're primed, to think about migrants by the news section. But that wasn't emotionally, right? That was emotionally very dull, right? Maybe you generate some, thoughts and concerns for the child, but this is red hot suffering. I mean, the fact that it's constrained, the fact that this is so far as we've seen a normal morning routine, right? And this woman is just crying. Well, also, right, we have a baby crying, right? We have a baby who has a fever of 102. We didn't know it was a baby before, but now that we hear the crying, that's a baby. A baby with a fever of 102? Okay, so maybe this isn't red hot suffering. Maybe this is just, I'm so concerned for my child, right? I think I was a little too primed to think about this woman outside of this baby situation. But yeah, maybe just crying because the baby. But honestly, maybe not. Like, why would you, if you think your baby's going to die or something really going to go wrong, such that you're going to cry about it like this, um, you take him to a hospital, right? In Austria, like they'd be at the hospital. So actually, I'm thinking that this, when I say I'm thinking, I just want to say like I also like this is what I think when I watch it, right? I don't take the time to talk about it like this, but I'm trying to get at what it's like to watch it in a lingual sense. And the lingual sense cannot convince you or impart any kind of experience upon you or to you, but I'm just saying when I say actually I think, she's suffering in a sense far greater than just this child crying and having a big fever. Uh I think that that is apparent to me as a viewer when I'm watching it, right? I'm trying to speculate on my experience at the time. I don't think this is something that like, oh, if I were to sit here and deliberate, I'd think that, but when I watch it, it just blows right by me. Woo, that was powerful. I also think if she were crying about the baby, we wouldn't care. I mean, we would care, but we wouldn't react the way we did. And by we, I mean me. Okay, here's our child. He's eating food out of a trash can. This is so sad. Hold on. I gotta take a bathroom break. Let's start this. Let's keep going. Lower the volume a little bit. Okay, so what do we have? We have a child eating trash, eating food out of a trash can. This is pretty crazy. So, right, his clothes are really dirty. There's tons of cars going by. So presumably a lot of people are seeing the fact that a child is eating food out of a garbage can. And by child, this is a child. I think he probably looks maybe 13, 14 at most, probably younger, but uh this honestly could be a little heavy. I mean, seriously, we have to like this is a very composed image. He's centered. You've got trash on the left. He's eating cars. Every one of the people seeing him on the right. Um, maybe something will happen. Maybe let's see. Maybe someone's gonna help him. Maybe someone's gonna see this. But okay, you've got car stops, so they're gonna, people are gonna see this. Oh my gosh, haven't we all been there? So you got two people wealthy in a car looking at this kid. They're making serious. I mean, the guy seems to be making eye contact, which is pretty intense. In the reflection of this car, right, you see, I mean, right, the window's not rolled down, it's rolled up, right? There's a protective barrier. He's in his car, he's in his own world, and he's witnessing the outside world, which is suffering. And like you and I, right, you see, I mean, this is not so different from just hearing something on the news like this, right? Although he's seeing it in person, but you become so, I mean, the world has become so small and your ability to act has become so large. I mean, right now, as you listen to this, for the most part, I mean, if you're listening to this, you must be a billionaire. And, so at all times, you are reasonably capable of within probably an hour doing something that would result in saving someone's life, donating, doing XYZ. So, uh, like as the world shrinks, as the modern world shrinks and your ability to impact the lives of others increases, right? So will your world will shrink, right? And you might think, for you, because I'm just saying it's not like you have your world, like the U.S. is your world, and or something, and then you see the news, and it tells you about something far away. Like things become smaller. They're both looking at him. They look at each other. They look back at him. He doesn't look very happy. He looks a little I mean, he looks not sad per se, but he looks defensive. And he honestly has quite a bit of confidence in him. So kind of interesting. Very dirty clothes, raggedy clothes. Walks on the sidewalk, right? They do nothing. Honestly, you give him a look like, you might even suspect that he I mean, look, if I were to look at this situation, I act like this. It might be the most embarrassing and false thing I've ever said, but if I said something like this, I think I would inquire because it's a child. I mean, you see adults like this all the time, right? And you don't do anything, but like if you see a child and you don't do anything, that's actually pretty intense. Uh, I think in real life, I mean, I bet people are generally worse than I think they are in terms of like the moral moves they'll make. But uh, I think that there's a lot of people that would actually intervene on the behalf of a child in this situation versus an adult. But the point is taken here. People are not going to do anything. He's kicking. He doesn't. Okay, we've got some. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if this is the same guy who broke into the gun place. Um, we're doing a Google. We're gonna go to the plot here. Obviously, would never do this when I'm watching it. Actually, fine. I wouldn't do it if I'm watching it. Let's just do this. Oh, keyboard commands. Okay, hold on. What's happening? Okay, so we join in the middle of a conversation. Meaning, what do you mean direct manipulation? With the mouse instead of keyboard commands. Okay, so like maybe, interacting with something with the mouse versus like entering a command into a command prompt that will result in some change, into the object, right? This is, it seems like computers aren't so big at this time. That's actually interesting. Okay, so we're thinking about like direct interaction versus like using a command to get something else to interact with the thing. Although in either case, right, the mouse interacting with something with a mouse is functionally the same. It's just different for the person, but the actual the mover remains the same, if that makes sense. Like you could think of the mouse as just sending a lot of keyboard commands, right? In a way where those become unknown to you, whatever. So they're talking about something new, maybe. How long have you got? He has to the end of the semester to do it, so maybe this is actually like a school project or something. Speaking of time, he's about to say something about like that mean like stuff like that should stand out big to you. Like speaking of time, and whatever next he says has been predefined as discussing time, Your minute was up ages ago. So maybe he was allotted a minute to do something and was unable to do it in time. I'm just saying, like, that should stand out to you as going to be like, you should, do a little like, all right, incoming more than just some tinny, tinny meaning realistic dialogue. Like, this is going to be some, whatever. Okay, so he's assembling. We have seen the fact that he is manipulating, cutouts of paper, and that one has just become a larger thing. Maybe this is what he's trying to do. Okay, I mean, is it a T? We see a T, a lot of different shapes. Okay, so they bet on it. He's just shown him how to do it, and what it was to assemble a cross with cut-out pieces of paper. Okay, so this is like, sometimes you think it might be too on the nose. I think generally in hindsight, I'm much more likely to feel like something was too on the nose or too, oh, that's cringe. Like, it's so on the nose. But, I think when I actually watch something, I'm not. It depends. It always depends on the context. I'm sure I can think of an example that is like so on the nose it aggravates me, or like is not a good thing for my viewing. But I think in this case, right, it's very on the nose, but it might just be so on the nose in hindsight. And at the moment, it's rather just clear, clear symbology, right? Like there's a difference, right, between, like you see some symbology in like something, right, and you know you understand what you're looking at, right? Like here, like obviously, like when you're watching this, you'd say, okay, it's like fragments of paper that are being, some type of puzzle, or and he's bet he couldn't do it, and the guy couldn't do it, but he can do it, but he designed the thing presumably, because maybe that's wrong, maybe it's just a toy that, some third party entity, but um, like they're trying to assemble, pieces of a cross that are cut in shapes into a cross. Like I'm watching a movie called 71 Fragments, Chronology of Chance. So I'm not even gonna elaborate on if you don't know what I'm talking about, you're in trouble. These are new people. No, is this the people from before? I don't think so. The guy looks different. Which one is she? Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. So I mean, we've got people, and I might be getting harped on because it's like maybe I will try and break it up into bigger sections. But I do think at all times you're anticipating what comes next, right? Shall we, like we have learned something here that you would have learned in the viewing, right? You'd know, um, they're interested in a girl. It's not their daughter because she's not even sure which one she is, right? They're looking at her through a glass, kind of, I'm reading too much into it, but like shopping, not reading too much, rather, I know that these people intend to like adopt her, but like, right. So yeah, I need to stop apologizing for doing stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it looks like window shopping. They're looking through at something that isn't theirs, and they're interested in it. And shall we go in? Yeah, of course. Okay, guy looks pretty happy. The girls are aware of their presence. At least three of them look at them. The one in the green sweater, it's kind of hard to tell the colors. I think it could be, but one on the far right's kind of clearly blue. Third to right. But anyway, one of them does not look. Almost all of them. Okay, yeah. Officially, all the girls look at these people except for a girl that's looks like in a green sweater. So this is Mr. and Mrs. They'd like to meet Annie. Okay, so they're meeting. This should be screaming adoption at this point. Annie is not looking good, and all the other girls are. I mean, this seems like, classic adoption stuff. Like, you want to be adopted, you want to be adopted, you look at them, blah, blah, blah. This girl does not want to be adopted. You get the sense either she doesn't want to be adopted or she is socially very unaware, or like, because it seems like all these girls get that, just classic, like act a certain way to try and increase your odds of getting adopted. This girl either doesn't get it or doesn't want to be adopted. I mean, this is right off the bat.
Annie, kommst du?
Servus, Anni.
Grüß dich, Annie. Schau, wir haben dir was mitgebracht. Hier.
So this is already seeming like something of a familiar story. I mean, not really familiar, but like, very timid girl, either doesn't want to be adopted or doesn't get it. The dad tries to say hi to her, she doesn't say hi back. That's very uncomfortable. The mom has brought a gift. This is interesting. I mean, this, I think, already speaks to a sort of condescension. I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, you want to say you want to treat children. Anyway, you obviously wouldn't, like, if you did this to an adult, you were meeting an adult that you wanted to, say, be friends with, and you say, I brought you a gift, like, that is crazy, right? And it's transparently a type of bribe. And so this woman is bribing this child. I mean, so far, they seem like middle class, normal people. And that's not to say middle class slash normal, but middle class dash normal. And, so this mom's kind of trying her best, maybe. Like, she thinks this is a good idea. I bet they probably talked about it beforehand. I mean, obviously he knows she has a gift for her. Maybe they discussed the merits of it. But, starting out with a bribe, I mean, think about what this little girl thinks of these people, right? These are strange people who want her to be their daughter. Like, that's not how it works, obviously. I mean, this is also another reference to family. Um, Although the only earlier reference, I mean, we've got a boy without parents. We've got two younger men living with each other. I mean, it clearly looks like a dormitology college situation. I mean, maybe not. I think it does, but we'll see it again, I bet. And anyway, here we have a disconnected family. They want family. Presumably, they can't even right. They can't self-generate family. Presumably, I don't know why they'd adopt them if they couldn't have a child of their own. So, in some sense, like their biology is broken. Um, Not broken because obviously it's like right infertility or fertility issues on either side. Like that's a normal occurrence in nature, but it's not working. This is just to say, right, like if you have an object that you know is broken 10% of the time or it doesn't work 10% of the time and then you get one that doesn't work, is it broken or is it just one, it's like the product is kind of larger than just the specific example of it. Anyway, this is sad for everyone involved, right? Why we're sad for the girl. Why doesn't she want to be adopted, or does she not get it? Either case, we feel bad. And these parents are unsuccessful so far in their attempts to connect. I mean, the bribe is just not a good idea. I mean, it's hard to read into how bright you think kids are, like in film, or like if you should empathize with them as if you're an adult. If you just want to speculate as to the mind of a child.
Schau an.
Okay, look at the gift I got you, right? Like, don't you get it? Isn't this connecting with you? Isn't this working on you? Um, this is not a good approach. I think it's maybe natural. It's a natural approach, and I think it's maybe notable that the mother is doing it and not the father. Um, you would think in generally, right, like in a classical sense, right, the mother is going to be more uh desire that closer relationship than the father, right? I think classically the father is somewhat distant, especially with daughters. They're more disconnected from them. And yeah, it's also relevant to daughter, not a son, right? And so the uh, mother wants this, One can only speculate as to the relationship, but so far everything's realistic. This I was gonna say teacher, this orphanage worker on the left gives crazy teacher vibes. I mean, weird looking gal. Whatever.
Gefällt sie dir nicht?
Do you like? Don't you exactly what? Honestly, I didn't know this was coming. Exactly what I was saying. Don't you like it? Like, is this not Is this not the key that fits into your hull? Like, this doesn't make sense. I'm trying to bribe you. Look, shiny jacket. Don't you like it? Right? That's. I mean, it is condescending, right? Condescending, but also it's presumptive, right? The mother assumes, some type of not just right assumes that the child will react in a certain way, right? I mean, like it's one thing to guess what someone thinks or doesn't think, and it's another to predict how they will react to something. I don't know. Maybe it's not so different. Okay, she moves over to this older woman. Okay, we have.
Nein.
Oh, this is sad. Oh, okay, this is crazy. So, I mean, that's insane. So another girl immediately is going to come in and swoop in, right? Oh, I'll take your affection. I'll have your affection. I want the object because maybe my life, sucks materially in this place. Um, I'll take it. I'll take it. Let me, please, And then the other girl, right, gets in her way, takes it, and runs off with it. Woof. Is this a competitive thing between? I mean, there's a competitive element between the girls. There's a zero-sum game element. The material, like, is the material valuable to the girl? Like, is it about no, like, when I think about losing this material, this object, the sweater, the cute sweater, whatever. When I think about losing this, I need to have it, right? But I don't want the parents. Or is it really just the symbolic, like, no, I'll take the affection, but like I'm gonna run away with it? Like, I don't know. This is a very emotional. I mean, the parents, like, oh, look at, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I actually might cry. I mean, this is insane. I mean, I like these people already. They seem nice, they seem good, and they're trying their best. But oh my gosh, that look they just shared, I cannot imagine sharing it with my spouse. I mean, oh, think about how nervous they are. Think about, right, they're operating outside the bounds. I mean, adoption is not technology, but I mean, they're operating outside the bounds of whatever, classical, like not just behaviorally, like going to an adoption facility, right? This like novel or something, but like, I mean, they are existing in a world, um, that in a sense, like lives outside the realm of like their core design biologically, like right, um, right, like they're trying to make a family in a way that their bodies, which are meant to do but cannot do in their specific case, right? Like they're, I mean, presumably, right? But I'm gonna just keep it as obvious, right? Like they're in unexplored territory with their like I don't even like I don't know how to I don't know how to make the point further. I mean, this is crazy. For most people, adoption is just a social, biological, psychic territory that like in a lot of ways like the mind and people are just not like that is not what they're made for. Like this is they're really, they're out there. Okay, they're told it's normal. You have to be patient. Okay, see, this girl's reeling, right? This is actually awesome, right? Are you? Oh my gosh, this is some. Oh my gosh, and that look, that final look. Okay, so first of all, this girl's reeling, right? They're in unexplored territory. They're so uncomfortable, maybe even embarrassed and ashamed that they have to do this, right? Like, why don't I work? Like, why can't I have the normal thing? Why can't I live life like it's supposed to be lived and has been lived for, so long, right? For most people, right? And they're just venturing into this unknown psychic space, and they're nervous and they're whatever, right? And there's so much emotion wrapped in. I mean, you're trying to develop, right, or create the consent in a child to be your daughter, right? You know, that's crazy. So she's reeling. This crazy moment just happened. This is so sad and shocking, maybe. But they're new territory. They don't really know, So she's reeling, and then she's told, this is normal. Like, obviously, this is not normal, right? I think is the word. I'm totally going to, by the way, ignore the fact that this is in German and I don't speak German. There's Austrian, You have to be patient. It's a complete normal reaction, right? What is normal about this is not normal, um, with respect to like, the standard human life, the standard like, life experience. So like, I mean, she's reeling, right? She's experienced something very emotional, very sophisticated, this very confusing moment that is just like her psyche is not built for, and she's being told this is normal for you now, like, or this is normal, and she's like, I don't know, is it normal? And then, are you my new foster mommy? Look at this look, boom! Oh, I missed it just a little bit, but that is like, I think it's an aggressive look. I think it's an unhappy look. I think I keep see this is almost perfect, right? Like I'm missing the tempo. Is this evident of how boom, I got it. Like this is a look of total detachment, right? The girl saying this isn't the girl they want. The other one is. I don't know what they know about the girls, but like, that wasn't a super sad look. That was just like, like don't impede on my life. Like you're not a part of this. Is this is this playing or not? I can't even. Okay, so this is the girl with the jacket. She's in some kind of bathroom, it looks like, or maybe a gym. She had the jacket. She's sitting alone with it. Oh man, I don't know what she's thinking about much. She's probably feeling a lot. New fragment. Let's take another look at that. I mean, we're moving these things. I don't know. If you've seen enough heist films, you probably know it's money. But we also see he's in a car. It's a pretty sophisticated car. It has a center dash like we haven't seen before. Buttons and stuff. Um, Speak, you see like a button. Yeah, this is a very unusual vehicle. He pushes a button. Maybe it has some. Does it? So he pushes the button on the side of this rectangle. This rectangle is probably the car. We hear the sound of unlocking, right? He opens the door. So I think we're starting to think by now that, yeah, okay, by this point, he has the gun. It's the gun we saw before. This is the guy whose wife cried and they had a baby at a Fever 102. And this guy is like a security money mover guy. We have continued, right? Huge focus on, right, close-up, small worlds, small scale. We don't see the people in their faces. We just see what they do and the things they interact with, especially the focus is on the objects.
Morgan.
And, what we're seeing here is security. We're seeing a security individual. We're seeing them have to go through all these protocols, right? All these protocols are to protect the money, presumably, right? It's all about the channels and these little systems of movement for money. Um, so going, interesting.
Again? Photomic-Gegenzeichnung, bitte. Viel los, hey. Ne, bei Pensionsabzug.
Always on pension day. I guess that's when money gets paid out, so they always come in on days when the bank's gonna need a lot of money. Pension day, there's some allusion to like retirement, or like it brings to mind retirement. Hello, how are things? We have a woman with an authority figure. It seems she works for the bank. They work for the money.
Okay, ja.
They seem to know each other. She has to sign something, right? Everything's very official. Everything's very coded. Everything's very, systematized. And she just says goodbye. Am I right? Or did she say something?
Wiederschauen.
Goodbye. Like that is their interaction. May I use your phone? Oh, okay. He's gonna step outside the bounds a little bit. Sure. Okay. Okay. So she's customer facing. So she's gonna put on a little bit of a mask, we imagine. We're gonna see, I mean, we've seen her interact with one person, and all she does is fill out the paperwork that defines the relationship. And she just says goodbye, nothing nice, nothing whatever. It's just each person serves a function. But she comes back, she's gonna put on a face, right? She's gonna be personal. How's she gonna do this? She's doing her job. She's doing maybe a check. I don't really know. Or she's giving her money. She counts it out. It's official. Our transaction here is, good. Older woman, although she looks maybe wealthy. She's got like a fur coat on. Goodbye, thank you. She smiles. So there's kind of like polite interactions.
Hallo?
We have an older man. He seems like maybe he's got something going on. I don't think, maybe he's normal. He's just being a nice old man. He's doing something in his wallet.
Bitte.
Here, right? Here's the thing. Here's the function. How are you doing? Okay. The way she says that, she has a really cold face. She's going about her job. This isn't the way you'd say it to. Maybe she's got a weird face, right? She's something about this, or something is upsetting her, or she's, having to kind of process something that's going on. He's watching the guy who has a very lazy eye on the phone, right? He's operating outside his bounds as too. Maybe the fact that the person she's interacting with is operating outside the bounds of like the customer type of thing function is. Oh my gosh. Okay, he's heard bad news. Whoa. Okay, so she reacts to it, right? She sees it. She has a little reaction she can't help, and then she resumes to a professional thing. So I think she empathized with this man, but is not willing to show it, or at least she needs to maintain a professional thing for her customer. Oh, pardon me. I love this. I think this is something Haneke does. I think it's something done in general. And I think it's actually going to happen again. I think there's a moment in the film that does it. But pardon me. She says, pardon me. What did he say? He probably asked her how she was, right? Like, and how are you? I don't even know what he said, So I think this is fun. Like, we really, like, this forces the audience into this man's position. Or rather, maybe his position, but also her position. I mean, like, we also don't remember what she said. Or what did he say? And I guess maybe he is the one thinking, what did I say? There you go. Pardon what? Okay, honestly, it might matter. Who was the last to speak? Fine, thanks for asking. Okay, so he was the last to speak. So it is true that he said something and she doesn't know what he said, I guess. Fine, thanks for asking. It was conclusory. What did she say? Pardon me? Yeah, pardon me, but that's something you say about a question, although that might be a particularly English connotation. Pardon me? Pardon what?
Entschuldige, ich habe nicht verstanden, was du
Okay, yeah.
gesagt hast.
Brauchst du nicht entschuldigen. Ich habe gesagt, dank der Nachfrage gut.
So he was just being polite, he's being nice, but no need to apologize. He feels bad that maybe she feels bad. He's maybe, his no need to apologize. This is a social interaction. It's becoming more and more a social interaction than a purely professional, functional interaction. And to the degree that's happening, right, he is having this minor thing, just a polite conversation, and it has resulted in this kind of, she wasn't even listening to him, right? So it's her fault. But, I think he feels bad when he says no need to apologize.
Brauchst du nicht
She feels bad for not remembering what he said.
entschuldigen. Ich habe gesagt, dank der Nachfrage gut.
Oh man, but the way he's talking makes me think he's sad that she felt like this is not going well.
9.372
Okay, dollar amount.
40 Groschen. Ich habe jetzt keine Zeit, Vater.
Ooh, okay, there you go. He is her dad, and this is just gonna totally recolor everything, right? And I think in the spirit of of trying to maybe like commentate out a watching experience, I don't think we'll rewatch it per se, but we'll experience the fact that the recent stuff is all getting reframed, and I mean this just brings attention to what a conversation is. It's like I don't know how we feel about this conversation is getting recontextualized, right? Reframed. And she also just was exposed to like some communication, not explicit, but like from the guy who, seems to have heard bad news on the phone. But she doesn't really know the story at all, Like, is it, like what was the bad news? I guess it all depends.
Am Abend dann können wir reden, ja?
Okay, she'll talk to him on the phone, but she seems like pretty like she's just saying like she doesn't. It doesn't really seem like she wants to talk to him on the phone too much. He seems sure, right? He seems pretty accustomed to the fact that this relationship doesn't seem to be going very well. Oh my gosh, that is devastating. But maybe he's doing it on purpose, right? Maybe he's trying to punish her, make her feel bad, right? Like bring attention to the fact that, like, it seems like he's apologizing for even having to he's apologizing. Oh my gosh, and the pardon me, right? It's like she forgot what he said and blah blah blah. I don't know. This is pretty intense, but he's definitely I think he's consciously right throwing. I mean, look at that face. He's throwing some daggers at her, some commentary on the current state of their relationship.
Servus.
And she's like, I'm not gonna take that, bye. Like, get out of here. This isn't the time, right? You want to say some crazy intense shit to me? Like, not right now. Like, I will call you. We will talk. Although it's interesting that, right, this conversation couldn't take place due to whatever professional reason she doesn't want to. But I mean, there's a line, so she can't really chat him up. And then he immediately escalates it with like a very serious accusation or at least very serious commentary about their relationship and the mother-daughter, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And so that's like, if there's a whole pattern of this, maybe it's not cool, like this guy, right? Like, it's maybe not cool to throw like a pretty serious accusation in a setting where you can't actually flesh it out at all. Although maybe she is bad. I don't really know the story with them. But it's pretty emotional. And also, she's gonna call him, right? This conversation, the real conversation. If he wants to have this real conversation, it's gonna take place over the phone, right? It's not gonna take place in person, right? So we have more like kind of, life mediated by technology in a way that is like disconnecting of people, people in cars, etc.
Dich an.
Tough parents, man. The man who heard the bad news is gone. And she's worried about him, which is kind of sweet, I think, but probably unusual, right? He operated outside.
Grüß Gott.
Okay, we got a customer. Hello? And she puts on a good face. Woof. This kid's got chapped lips. He looks pretty sad, but he looks kind of like messed up. Like he does not look innocent, rather. Okay, so there's a father. A father playing with his children. This is very sad. They're playing with a dog too, right? They're dressed in good clothing, etc., etc. I mean, and just the shot is so composed, and it's weird to think because there's nothing like maybe super classical about it, but it really is striking in terms of its. I mean, it's a striking image, capital I image of this boy looking at these people and whatever. It's like maybe a little. It's not the most novel thing ever, but a little head on little on the nose. But just saying, the image looks very intentional and very like manufactured, composed, for a better connotation. You might have thought for a moment there that they might have given the kid the jacket. But no, they're just going to take their jackets off so they can play more comfortably. But this is going to present an opportunity, right? Okay, so here's a kid, right? And this is, again, a little nose on the head, but maybe it's, again, I think when you're actually watching it, things happen so fast, right? It doesn't, the degree to which things are connected. I think maybe just when you think about a clear connection, I think in hindsight, it kind of feels nose on, or on the nose. I think I keep confusing on the nose with nail on the head, but anyway, right? You've got a child here who, right, is clearly becoming interested in this jacket. I mean, it's left out for him. He's gonna, yeah, he goes to take it, presumably, yeah. Um, but right, he's looking at the family he wants to love, right? I'm just drawing the connection between the adoption fragment with, them trying to extend a gift, a jacket, a bribe as a symbol of love, and right, he's looking at a situation he, I imagine, either wants or should have. I mean, he's a child, who knows what he wants, but something he presumably wishes he had in his heart of hearts. And he's going to take the jacket. He steals the jacket. It's going to be interesting. Okay, we're in a sort of corporate setting, a business setting. Moderately young people. Maybe it's not business. I think, yeah, this is the guy from earlier. So it's a dorm, right? These people are too young for it to be really a business setting. So you don't see anyone working. He's fidgeting with the door. He touches everything. Everyone, there's some type of spectacle, right? People are going to see something. And he seems to have all. He emerges from this crowd. I mean, maybe he's passing through, but I think the sentiment is that he has seen whatever the hubbub is about. He's got a lot of energy. He's walking. He's looking down. He's in thought. He turns. He goes into his room. Okay, he stands up. He's looking. He's doing something pretty intense. He's looking down. Is he thinking about killing himself? Did someone kill themselves? Suicide has definitely just been brought to the forefront. And we know that someone kills himself, so maybe it's him. Um, yeah. Is this the same guy? I don't have a good sense of these faces. It's definitely important that I know who these people are, or at least if we see the same person again. I mean, he looks down, and here we have someone emerging at the bottom of, at least a two-story building. And we get someone looking up. I think this is the same guy, but I'm really bothered by the fact that I don't. Okay, this is bleak, just bleak living situation. He's looking up at the window where presumably he was just looking down from. He's looking at a landing zone, I think. Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah. Oh, and you've got chalk lines. So someone. Oh, and you can see blood. Okay, yeah. So someone committed suicide. But he looks and he has like a little. Does he have a smile on his face? He seems really interested in this idea, like in the mechanics, not the symbol of what it meant for someone to kill himself, right? He might just, I mean, but he wants to come see it, right? He wants to see the thing. He wants to see the object. He does seem to have like a, I don't know. It looks like a little happier than neutral, but maybe it's just true neutral. Okay, someone committed suicide, and he seems dispassionately looking at like the physical objects involved, the reality, the fact of it, rather than maybe contending with suicide as a human, whatever, a thing that someone really did. Okay, so we hear news again, and we've got a bunch of suffering. Workers out of work, the first turbine supplying electricity to the network, right? That's a turbine, that's sophisticated. If it runs according to plan. And a rough winter, right? Like this is, this brings to mind, when you think of a rough winter, right? You think of a historical time when winters really mattered. And it seems like what keeps this guy from experiencing a rough winter the way most human history has. It depends on these turbines and running according to plan, whatever that means. What's he doing? He's doing food. Cut up some meat, I think, like a hot dog or sausage. The rough winter causes delays. So someone out there on the front of like the frontier, so to say, is like sort of staving off the natural environment and keeping this guy, nice and safe in his little place. It's a pretty middle class seeming situation. He's gonna eat. Is that just a slice of bread? I don't have a great read on like whatever Austrian diet, so I don't know really how to interpret this meal other than he's gonna drink some alcohol. Or honestly, it could be sparkling water, right? Like I don't know. I think it's beer, but I need to pay attention to the news here. Power station looked like it was finished. Yeah. Okay, so he made a soup. I kind of want it, but I'm pretty hungry right now. It's hard to focus on the news and what's going on here. I think that's probably relevant. I mean, that seems... They just like have news on the background a lot. I think people just have TVs on, videos on, whatever. The TV's also in a different room, but it's visible from here, so kind of interesting. Like a very dominant like presence in the home, visible from multiple places, like not even in the same room. Very ambient. I mean, we have it on in the background, literally, as he is clearly focused on other things, or maybe listening. Okay, it's definitely beer. Looks, yeah, it's beer, whatever. I wonder how it tastes. He's got his soup. It doesn't look very good. It's very brown. Brown soup. Frenetic images. Holy smokes. Right? I mean, you've got Haneke. If you hear anything about talking about images or referencing, like even using the word images, right? This is, what is he saying? What's on the TV? Some type of space thing. It says, yeah, okay, look, it's like an astronaut. Frenetic images and fantasy worlds still captivate users. Okay, users and computer games are still the hottest trend. Okay, so like people are obsessed with computer games, which is like a new technological development, which allows people to engage with frenetic images and fantasy. Like fantasy is like a pretty specific word to use with reference to people engaging with entertainment. So are we engaging with frenetic images and fantasy? I mean, this isn't very fantastical, I'll tell you that. It's very modern, sad so far. I mean, most of the emotions have been negative. I haven't seen anything really happy happen. Although, I mean, powerful, which I think, might, encourage a love of life. So not to say this movie is like, you know, what would be the word? Like anti-human, misanthropic. Anyway, computer man, yeah, they have so many ideas for new markets, right? Like the medium is so open to ideas, but it's framed within like to sell it. This manager just lost his appointment book. This electronic gadget is much handier. Okay, so we're converting text to digital, right? There's more technology, more technology. Processes the information, then transfers it to a computer. Kind of interesting, and it's cut off. I mean, these are just so many powerful images. What is this, like a photo booth? Oh, it is, yeah, photo booth. Okay, photo booth looking at a mirror. I mean, a mirror in itself is maybe even brought to mind as potentially novel for this child. Oh, and he's got the big jacket, right? He's got the mom's or the dad's jacket from when they're playing with the kid situation. He's looking at him. He's very right? These people are like on schedules, right? They're on schedules, they're in their own world, and they're just interacting with this object. And he is like very much in a different world, right? Right? This guy is like kind of do a double take, like, why are you looking at me? What are you doing? And this kid's like wandering, not on schedule, just kind of taking a look around. And I think it's probably a lot different, right? Like to see the space for someone of his implied economic background. Although I mean it's not totally clear, but whatever, I know. So yeah, like the world to this person, right, is appearing not as objects, but as like this is right. This is a first world situation. This is wealth and system and politics and security and this is like a real I'm just saying the so far everyone around him interacts with the objects, but the objects to him might represent something else. He's interested in this postcard of a horse. Most of the postcards seem to be animal related. That he's gonna leave it behind. There's news, a little store, and this stuff is outside the store, right? And immediately we know he stole the jacket. Maybe he's gonna steal something here, and this stuff is outside the store, and not immediately clear that it's like under the watch of someone else. So Like you might even think this is in contrast to where he's from, where maybe there's like a heightened concern about theft or something, and just the fact that this stuff is outdoors in or outside the store at least indicate that a low concern for threat and subsequently, uh, or rather, causally in the other direction, not much theft happens here. What's he looking at? I mean, we think he's gonna steal something. He looks at a place with this big, freshly stolen jacket. Garfield. Okay, that's depressing, right? He sees this, right? This is a thing for kids. This is a cartoon. This is fun and childlike. Sex. I mean, we see a woman's breasts, which, again, I don't have a great sense for like I'm sure it's different, but the culture of whatever Austrian film or even European film. I mean, obviously nudity is more popular in some sense, but anyway, we see Garfield, we see sex, so maybe he's thinking right where we're thinking about what choice is he gonna make, whatever. WWE, this is just like a entertainment, it's fantasy. All three are fantasy, right? We've got sex is fantasy. It's sex, pornography. It's all very within the world of fantasy. We've got WWE's literally fake, with the the narrative implies it's real, right? But it's fake. It's a story, etc. You have Garfield, which is literally animated. Donald Duck. Okay, we have another animated fantasy cartoon. Oh, we like Donald Duck. Oh, no, we don't. Oh, Dino Riders. This looks like animated, or I say animated, cartoon drawn fantasy. But we like Donald Duck. It's getting a lot of attention here. He's gonna look around. Is someone gonna see me steal this? He puts it into the coat. Now he had a coat before, so you couldn't say that like this new coat is the mechanism by which he steals. But it's at least interesting. He steals it by putting it in the coat. Although it's also probably like the most natural way for him to steal something. Okay, he's getting away with it. He's getting out. This is pretty nerve-wracking. Oh, he's not getting out. He's going to an elevator. A glass elevator. Very chic, very sort of clean and cold-looking metal. That metal, I bet if you touched it, doesn't feel too warm to the touch. It's not wood. Wood doesn't feel warm exactly, but you know what I mean. Okay, so he's just in some type of transit area, right? It looks like a maybe train station, subway station. Underground probably, right? Um, Lots of whites, lots of monochrome. The only really colorful things in these images is red jacket, which looks a lot like the color of presumably like those turnstile railings, although I can't imagine the connection. Anyway, he's reading Donald Duck. But right, this is a transitory space and he is going to spend some time in it, which I think kind of goes along with the idea of like this person is having no schedule, just an observer, kind of whatever, and these people are just, right, this is just a transitory space. It's a calm moment. It's a quiet moment. It's an empty moment. It's just him reading. Yeah. Okay. I think we are going to maybe soak in this sequence and then I'll talk about it. Well, maybe that's fake. Maybe I need to be consistent here and just talk as we go. But I'm going to let this play for a moment. Okay, so this is absolutely incredible. I mean, I remember when I first watched it and watching it now. I mean, um, this is a standout. This stands out from what we've seen so far, right? It's very frantic. It's fast. It's pained. It's, stylistically different insofar as like, a lot's happening. Maybe literally, so many balls, so many strikes, but, um, like I think when you think about the previous things we've seen, like this is the most unusual, the most narrative free, say, thing that we've seen so far. Um, I just think this is such a I mean, it doesn't make sense to talk about the experience of seeing it, but because why I think this is like special, but I just think it's a very distinctive scene. So we've got a guy, right? We've got a guy. Honestly, these guys look pretty similar, so I don't know if this is the same guy as the suicide and the dorm kid, that we saw recently. But so, he's practicing table tennis. He's got a machine. He's got a set. This room seems to be in a space. I mean, we don't see much other than this. Like maybe it's dedicated, right? So like this guy seems pretty serious about, being good at table tennis. His face is totally pained. It's pained. I mean, this is a sad face. Like this guy looks like he could cry. I mean, it's pained. It's confused. It's very like anticipatory, right? Like he's very like anxious seeming about what's coming, right? The next ball, the next thing, right? And he makes lots of mistakes, right? Like it's not like he's hitting all of them. Like he hits it lots of times. Oh my gosh! And when the ball doesn't come, there's something about it. Like he swings at nothing, right? And he's just trying to perfect this mechanical movement, right? He does like a very similar movement every time. Um, and he just wants to be so good at something or whatever, but like it just is like such of like a meaningless seeming action. Of course, like we're accustomed to seeing this as practice, and practice is associated with like great performance and goals and dreams maybe. But he just has a very sad face, and that's not even necessary, right? Like even if this is like so physically challenging and difficult to me, it looks physically strenuous for him. But even that situation, right? You can look determined, you can look all sorts of ways, right? This guy looks pained. He is suffering. Um, and let's like think. I mean, table tennis is meant for two people, right? He's playing against a machine that just does the same thing every time, and he sometimes fails to react. He reacts properly, reacts this, that, whatever, and sometimes the thing doesn't even come. And he's just responding to a never-ending series of external stimuli. I don't know, but I just think. And it's grayscale. Everything is grayscale except maybe technically his skin, but it's still like very white. This is prison. This is hell. Oh, it just dun 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 dun. I mean, this is easily the most rhythm we've encountered. This is dun 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 dun. Also, yeah, the only color in here actually is the red paddle. In the last scene, also the only red thing we saw was the red jacket. Dun 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 dun. I mean, and it's just he's on a roll here. Yeah. I don't even know if this is how. It's just so it's I mean, it's got tempo, but it's also going nowhere, right? As opposed to like previous things where these people are heading somewhere or doing something or have some type of, sense of movement, right? This is just like a moment that's going nowhere, right? It's just strenuous, difficult, in the immediate sense, aimless um, activity that's painting this person and like I guess we expect the machine to stop at some point, right? And maybe he'll do something, but like he's going nowhere right now. Like he is like in a stasis, a painful, strenuous stasis. And like, right, and to the degree that he's training and practicing for whatever he's expected to do in the future. I mean, look at this face, it's unreal. But, to the degree this is practice, it's training it's a small part of a larger thing. Like, um, it's just weird. It's mediated by this type of. I mean, he's meant to be responding to someone, right? Like someone else hits the ball at you, like you've got a machine doing it. I don't know. It's just an interesting image. And it's going on, like, it just keeps happening. You keep thinking it's going to stop, and it's going to happen, and nothing happens. Just keeps happening. Oh, it's not getting balls? Oh, there we go, boom. Yeah, like, this is just really stasis, you know? But it's... Yeah, it's weird to be both stasis. When you think of practice, you think of progress, you think of, like, one of the more explicit forms of, like, working towards a goal or something. And I think if you're playing with someone, and I don't mean to just like really whatever is pigeonhole, you know, force the idea that this is just all technology or whatever, right? But like it's clearly a huge motif so far, and also I think if you were playing with someone, it would have a totally different vibe, right? It wouldn't feel so much like stasis. I think it'd be much more readily seen as practice versus this seeming like some sort of, you know, rolling a boulder up a hill type of thing. I mean, it's just suffering. Like, it's painful to watch. This guy is clearly so, like, psychically distressed in a very ambiguous sense. I mean, I think some of the stuff I've said, like, about anticipatory, anxious about, you know, what's coming and this, and physically strained, but it's just distress. You know, this is not, you know, someone enjoying the pleasure of working towards a goal or practicing, you know, with a big goal in mind, right? This is someone in distress. I mean, and the whole thing, the vibe is just sad. Oh, he's feeling done, maybe. Oh, no. Is there more? No, I gotta keep going. And I think the audience also wants it to be over so bad. Like, this is, it's long, it's uncomfortable, it's one take, it's so, you know, this is distressing for everyone involved. There we go, thank you. And also, right, it ended off tempo in terms of the ping pong vibe, rhythm, rather. Okay, we've got someone driving. Who is it? I don't know. They're listening to music in English. It's pop, it's hip, it's, you know... You got a military figure investigating what's going on. Okay, vehicle, okay, this is...
Wann haben Sie die Kaserne verlassen? Heute früh um 7, warum? Einbruch in der Waffenkammer. Sind Sie bei der Ausfahrt kontrolliert worden? Nein, das war eine Auftragsfahrt für Sanitätskommando.
Okay, so this guy is the guy who stole the guns earlier. He stole it from a military base.
Der Wagen ist voller
He
Medikamente.
somehow works in conjunction with the military base.
Hatten Sie Privatgepäck? Danke. Ebenfalls.
Alright. It was an inside heist. I love a heist. And, like, you know, we've seen a lot of cars and, like, a lot of, you know, ideas referencing, like, I swear, and it's real. I'm not just, like, saying we've seen because I've said it a bunch, but, I mean, whatever, I just know it. So, anyway, we've seen quite a few cars and, like, the relation to that in some type of world. And, but we're seeing cars, I think, for the first time here where it's owned by someone else, right? He's driving some, maybe we saw a bunch of cars, they're company cars. You know, you're going to occupy someone else's world if you don't get out. He's watching TV. It's action related. There's a woman. Oh. She's taking something. Okay, I'm watching the TV. Anything happen? Oh, he's talking about the show. Like, it's a show they both know, I guess. Okay, so she is falling out of the... Or is the plane leaving? It kind of gives a sense she might be falling out of the plane, but I think she's just standing there holding it. I don't know, it looks pretty crazy. Okay, we're back with the adoptive couple. They're reading, they're disconnected, they're looking away from each other, they both have their own lights, the bed's pretty split down the middle, right? So you've got two atomized separate people together, you know, but the relationship, you know, we already know is like under strain for sure, and they're experiencing a lot of psychic anomalies maybe. They're quiet, they're silent. They're engaging with media, him, the news, her, probably a novel, it looks like. So she's more involved in the story. He's looking at the facts. Classic, male-female dynamic here. Although, right, I mean, this seems to draw attention to some type of conventional male-female dynamic, but of course, all this big issue of the adoption and whatnot revolve around the fact that they are not able to live a sort of archetypal, partnership, coupling, whatever. Okay. Is she gonna say something? I think that's what a healthy situation would do. Oh, she looks at him. He's still busy. He's not done. You go ahead. You go to bed. I'm gonna stay. Yep, she's gonna. Okay, yeah. Right there's soup. Night. Good night. This is brutal, right? This is very sad. I mean, in some ways, maybe they're just very comfortable with each other. There's nothing necessarily sad about this, but you definitely get a strong feeling of disconnection, right? Like they won't even go to bed. Or they're in bed together. That's good, but they're not going to bed at the same time, right? They've got a half-half situation. They're on different tracks, different worlds. Very sad. Maybe she'll cry. We're just gonna sit with this discomfort, I guess. This tension, this disconnect. Nothing's happening. We're just sitting. We're watching. And also, just continued coldness. Everything is cold. Everything is modern. Everything is grayscale. A lot of grayscale, monochrome. There's no color in this image. No color in their marriage. Ba-bing bang.
Nacht.
Well, he went to bed shortly after, so he just needed to maybe finish his article. But no touching, no contact. Separate. They give the polite goodnights, because it'd obviously be crazy if they didn't say goodnight. So maybe they just do they're doing a sort of polite thing so as, make things go smoothly and whatever. Okay, so we're back to these across, right? 100 shillings, it's a bet, 1 minute? Yeah, okay. So if you can make this into a cross.
Los geht's.
Okay, can they do it? I think this is a decent line of inquiry in terms of the method here. What do we got? What does it look like? Okay. Maybe like a home. It's missing the left pillar of a home, but it could be like a home or a building. We got an arrow. This is extremely suggestive.
35.
It's more, yeah?
Christ points up in all the paintings. It's a direction. Okay. Nah, not quite, buddy. He feels close. No, I don't think you're gonna get it, buddy. But I like this problem-solving thing. But okay, so this is the second person to fail to assemble fragments of an image into the image itself, and the image is that of a cross. It's that of God. It's maybe that of salvation, sacrifice. The cross.
Los pesetas, per favor.
Give me the money.
Und wie viel Zeit willst du jetzt zum Zahnbauen?
Holy smokes. Okay, so this guy's a sore loser. And this is the student. Yeah, this is the student that we've seen before, who really did not like that. Either him being a sore loser and basically like, right, you lose the game and so you defile it, you undermine it. It wasn't a big deal that I lost because this game's stupid. But he also tears the cross, and like obviously that's like super intense. It's also the goal of this game, right? And it's a game he lost as well. Maybe that loss meant a lot to him. And also, is this the table tennis player? I can't really remember. It's hard to... These faces, man, they look pretty similar. Alright, maybe we're going to steal another magazine. This guy seems to be manning the station, so it's gonna be tough to steal. What do you say?
Unde nu vine poliția.
Stai, ce faci?
No, wait. Oh. Yeah, okay, so he's speaking a language, the other guy doesn't understand him. Neither do we. We're being explicitly put into the position of the non-kid. So like maybe he should be seeming foreign to us, right? It's tough when watching films that are in languages you don't speak anyway to know, like, you could imagine a film in English and someone spoke Chinese and it wasn't subtitled, right? Like that's a choice.
Să dorm.
Sleep?
Singur, fără poliție.
I don't know what he's saying. Guy says, what are you saying? I don't even know what this guy's saying. Oh, but now they're both speaking a language we don't understand. They are communicating. So maybe the guy on the right, you know, is also a migrant because it's not German or Austrian or whatever. Okay, cigarette. Okay, listen, cigarettes are awesome. You should smoke them. No, cigarettes in film, a lot like alcohol in film, although specific cigarettes are way more on the idea here of just like total camaraderie, commonality, connection, almost always a masculine one. I mean, even when women do it, right? If you have some scene where, you know, can I get a cigarette, you know, and a woman gives another woman a cigarette, it almost has like a masculine energy to it, I think. But I mean, this is camaraderie, although also giving a cigarette to a child. You know, maybe I'm out of touch with the cultural context of this film, but this seems like a pretty wild thing to do. Makes me want to smoke a cigarette, I'll tell you that much. I'm always, you know, the films make, they, you know, cigarettes, or films glamorize and sell cigarettes, right? And when you hear that idea, you don't really think so, but when you realize how positive you feel about the use of cigarettes in film, but not because of some like stupid conspiracy, but because there's such a strong, intuitive, like form of camaraderie and connection and like two characters empathizing and feeling with each other, you know, like that's why I feel so good about them, and it works, man. Okay, we had an IRA bombing, some more news, big time political stuff. Kills 10, you know, Protestants, not 10 people, 10 Protestants, and that's not my comment. I'm just saying, you know, bring attention to that choice. According to a statement by the terror organization, right, this is like big global politics, terrorist organizations, blah, 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 blah. And also, right, like, Catholic was killed by the Ulster Volunteer Force, right? This is, I don't know a bunch, but the IRA, right, is generally displeased with Britain's involvement in their, you know, right, I don't know exactly how it works, but I know that, anyway, the IRA doesn't like Britain. It's a foreign thing that they feel, right? This is also sort of calling back to earlier when, I forget the country, was really pushing against UN and Canadian forces who were there to sort of, you know, help form the sovereign identity of the place they were at. So we've got some similarity here, and there's kind of more intention being brought to like foreign involvement and foreign, you know, just foreign, and you know, obviously we've also seen quite a bit of immigrant stuff. So, and this is coming right off the back, off that immigrant interaction between the child and immigrant, and the worker at the magazine station. So, some clear stuff.
Und den Air France-Beschäftigten geht weiter. Dem Streik des Bodenpersonals haben sich heute auch die Piloten angeschlossen.
Wieder demonstrierten mehrere tausend Air France-Mitarbeiter auf den Pariser Flughäfen, diesmal auch mit den Kollegen der Fluggesellschaft Incoherent. Deshalb musste die Hälfte der Flüge gestrichen werden, nur die ausländischen Linien flogen heute.
Only foreign airlines came into Paris, so like the domestic airlines, they have a union. Maybe that's what's happening, and like there's a strike for better conditions, and there's attention being drawn to the foreign ones keep working, right? Maybe they are at risk of, you know, falling into conditions that maybe they escape from their foreign immigrant connection. But like sort of maybe like the decadence of the first world European, you know, worker. They want a better wage, they want a better life, but it's so much better than their immigrant counterparts. But is that, is that decadent? Not decadent with the negative connotation, right? Or is it, they exist in a different context, different
Dass
set of
das
expectations.
Sparprogramm zurückgezogen wird.
But they
Die
want more money.
Regierung hatte ursprünglich geplant, mehrere tausend Air France-Stellen
But the
abzubauen
people, right,
und
this
dann
is
unter
like a
dem Druck des
democratic thing,
Streiks einen
right? The people
Rückzieher
are
gemacht.
protesting, they're doing this, they're fighting against a corporation, not necessarily their government.
Krieg der kurdischen
Oh, we've got to,
Arbeiterpartei
but then, right,
PKK
this is
gegen
in
die
contrast,
türkische
right? Their problem,
Regierung
I'm not getting
fordert
paid
immer mehr
enough
Opfer
where I
auf
live in
beiden
this nice
Seiten.
place,
Gestern
and
und
here we've
heute
got
starben
guerrilla
bei Angriffen
warfare,
der PKK
bunch of
42
civilians being killed,
Zivilisten, darunter
woof,
auch Kinder.
including
Bei
children.
einem Massaker in
In one
Ostanatolien
massacre,
kamen
right? One
allein
small
38
segment, right? If you were to zoom in on this massive, unfathomably, horrific thing, if you were to just zoom in at just one massacre, you're going to see
junge Männer und
38
Frauen.
men, right? Even at the small scale, the amount of suffering and
Schmerzensschreie voller
sophistication
Wut und
is
Ohnmacht. Der junge
incomprehensible.
Mann versucht, einen Schuh seines toten Bruders vom
Oh my
blutüberströmten Boden
gosh,
des
right? This
Dorfes
guy's, all that's left of his brother possibly are just a pair of shoes, and he wants them so bad.
dies auch zu
Some
glauben.
physical,
Polizisten müssen ihn vom Ort des
tangible thing.
Blutbades wegschleppen.
I wonder if that footage is
In
real.
dem
It
Ort
looks pretty real. I
Yadi nahe
mean,
der
I think
Stadt
a lot of these
Kats
news
waren
stories have
5
been real.
PKK-Kämpfer als Soldaten verkleidet in das Lokal gestürmt und
I
hatten
mean,
das
look at
Feuer auf die
this. I
Gäste
mean, this is
eröffnet.
an extreme
Die Opfer sind
contrast.
zwischen
I
15
mean,
und
it's full of
25
emotion. It's full of story. It's full of,
Jahre alt.
I mean, it
Den
still looks
weiteren
honestly pretty monochrome. Even there's like still a
Männer
lot
wurden
of
zum
color.
Teil lebensgefährlich verletzt.
But this is in
Diese junge
contrast to the
Frau hat
like
ihren Mann
super
verloren in einem
isolated,
Kampf,
storyless,
in dem er,
narratively
wie alle anderen
meaningless
Opfer,
type of contemporary like city life we've seen so far. Relationships and disconnected, right? Those people are connected. Although maybe it's just because it's people they know and stuff like this, and these modern, the more modern setting, the people don't really know each other, and they would obviously they still feel extremely strongly about the situations they're in, but they're not. I don't know, man, but what a contrast. And again, it's news, it's media, right? The media is the only thing bringing attention to this, but like the media is like it operates at a scale that's incomprehensible, and like also just seems to just continually discuss the never-ending amount of suffering and conflict in the world. But that's what we want. That's what the viewer wants. That's why it is the way it is. Is it what we want? Why are we watching this? I mean, so far this film has been mostly suffering. I don't think I think we're yet to see a happy moment, or a moment of joy, or a moment of things going well for someone. We've seen a lot of normal, a lot of routine, a lot of scheduled banality. What are we doing here? This guy's gonna be alone? He's going to the bathroom? Oh. Oh, it's not the adoption couple. This is the sick girl couple. This guy's a security guard at the bank. Oh, yeah. Security guard at bank. This guy is our first. I mean, and we saw the guns. We definitely presume the stolen guns are going to be used in the shooting. We presume that this guy is going to be involved in the shooting because he works at a bank and we know the shooting happens at a bank. I mean, yeah, there's always, I haven't really talked about it. I mean, it hasn't been so clear many times, but just an clear, implied thing that all these people are somehow going to come together in the bank situation because we've been told that this is about a shooting at a bank. And we know that, what, three people are gunned down? I don't know. And the shooter commits suicide. But he goes to pray for his baby. What does he pray for? What is he asking God for? Dear God, give me the little one. Give the little one a long life and good health. And give me a long life and good health. Help Maria be a happier person. He wishes for good health for his child and for him. And for his wife, he wishes for her to be happier. Be a happier person. Does it sound like I think maybe it's the English, but or English, translation, but it's to me it has the connotation of something's wrong with her. Help her be a different person, a happier person. Maybe it's just I wish please help Marie be happy. In which case it has a much sweeter sense. So I don't know how much is this translation related. Help me be. Oh, he wants the same for himself. He doesn't wish for her to have a long and healthy life. Okay, very concerned about this thing. Okay, so it's like an obviously extremely distinct request, an uncommon request. I mean, maybe not an uncommon desire, but to think on what's like chiefly on people's minds. People don't think about, nuclear holocaust as much as they maybe should. I don't know how much they should, but what is this guy worried about? He's worried about the relatively novel or relatively new technology that has the ability to destroy the world in a way that hasn't happened before. I mean, I could talk forever about nukes. I'm so into nuclear weapons. I think the concern is almost outsized most of the time. Like, I won't go into it, I guess, but like, I just want you to know that nuclear war is not synonymous with extreme nuclear radiation. That might sound like totally backwards to you, but it is not. It is true what I've just said. So, um, like, I guess learn about nuclear weapons or something. This was very sweet. This was very private. I wonder if he does or doesn't want his wife to know about it. But he's wishing for very sweet things and very good things. So, got a baby drinking out of a bottle, right? Not from her breast. Maybe it's relevant. I don't know what they're drinking. It seems to be colored. It could be apple juice, could be chemical stuff. I don't know. We're gonna be back after 6. And it's very early. We know they wake up very early. So, I mean, he's out the door very early. He's back at 6. Pretty late. Pretty tired, long day. She's, taking care of a sick baby by herself? Like, of course she's not happy. I don't know. But maybe actually, I don't know. I hope the baby's not too sick. It seems to be in good condition there. Hope it doesn't die. Holy smokes. Okay, we got the kid. We see him out in public on a sidewalk like this. I mean, what comes to mind for me is like panhandling. We know he likes to steal. Okay, so he's put his stuff down. He's gonna set up camp. He's standing up. He's looking for something. There we go. He's panhandling. He's asking, right? He's a child. How do these people react? How would you react? Honestly, like, I'm much more likely, generally speaking, I wouldn't say I'm the most likely person in the world to give money to the homeless on the street, but I will say that this kid's, his tactic, right, is kind of like approaching and being a little more invasive and aggressive. This puts me off. Now, again, if I were in this situation, I want to say I would do something. It's a child. It's a kid. It's like that. That makes a massive difference. I'd at least investigate. I think. I don't know if I would really respect the wishes of the kid. You think you figure that if you say, of course I'm going to get involved and basically like call the cops. Like this kid needs to be taken care of. He can't be out here doing this. Whatever. Is against the wishes of the kid. Would I in the position in that situation? Would I have the confidence? Should I or would I have the confidence to say, I don't care what you want, like you're a kid and I'm going to make the sort of parental executive decision about like you can't be taking care of yourself like this. But anyway, people don't, right? People don't do anything in that case. They just kind of avoid him, right? The aggressive thing. He's trying to interfere in their transitory space, the sidewalk, right? They're on their way somewhere else and he's trying to disrupt that. Okay, we're about a third through and I was feeling a little hungry. I've just started the oven, and I'm gonna have. It's worth noting. I think I'm gonna have a pizza, a little flatbread pizza that has prosciutto on it. And the way it comes packaged is the prosciutto separate. It's not on the pizza, or it's frozen pizza, and it's not on the pizza. It's separate, and it kind of leaves a lot of options open to the consumer. And I think the main two choices are one, am I gonna put it on the pizza before it goes in the oven, or will I put it on afterwards, right? Also, am I going to cut, it comes in big slabs like prosciutto normally is, right? Am I going to cut this into pieces and then put it on the pizza? Right, there's a separate choice. Right, before, after is a different one. Am I going to cut this up into pieces and put it on the pizza, or am I going to leave it in whole chunks, right? When you eat it in its whole chunks, right, one, you're going to have a harder time cutting the pizza a little bit, but when you eat it, right, you're going to have to tear it in, you have to, it's not going to be as curated, and I want it to be known in this particular case, right? I've done quite a bit of all the, I've made both of both choices. And in this case, I'm going to be putting the prosciutto on after the pizza is cooked, and I won't be cutting it up. But we're going to wait for we're preheating the oven, so we're going to keep going through. Okay, so let's just move back. Oh, no, we're still recording. We're good. We're going to move back a bit to the start of this fragment. So we see him panhandling, people avoid him. We already talked about that. Okay, so we're in a store. Guy with a bag. I think that's the... Who's who? Okay, the guy on the left is the Okay, so this is a crazy image, right? Again, I mean, this is super Bresson too, right? Especially you think about l'argent, uh, money, right? So, I mean, I think this is like l'argent is so full of images like this, meaning, right, you're looking at something behind a glass, but the reflection of the glass is very clear and it's sort of resultingly very superimposed image. But so I think something money related is happening. I mean, I think it's totally fair to make that. I think the connection is strong enough to assume that I'm meant to be. It's bringing to mind money. It's bringing to mind the plot of L'Argent, which honestly is an interesting connection here. Certainly the connection with the interest in the hands and small spaces, like the close-up shots that we've been seeing a lot of in this film, right? Bresson classically interested in the hand and shooting hands, but also shooting close-ups and stuff like this. And anyway, so that's a little Bresson reference, and I think it's really powerful here. I mean, you also know Haneke has seen all of Bresson and loves Bresson, so or at least is very familiar, respects Bresson. Okay, so what we see here is the military guy on the left, and we know because of the jacket, and we know because of the sports bag he has, which we saw in one of the opening fragments, him putting guns into. We see another guy who's approached. We have a dog that seems to be involved, although I don't know if it belongs to the woman, that it's maybe more, I don't know who owns this dog. So what did he do? He came in with a shopping bag. He puts the shopping bag in his duffel bag, and they're talking. Okay, I don't think we know who this guy in the blue is. I don't think he's the student. They're smoking, they're hanging out, and so this is happening in a shop of some kind, whatever it is. We don't know if the guns are in there, but we've only seen the bag once and it had guns in it, so maybe it does. They're in a little cafe, and right outside there's just people on their way, right? It kind of like a further, right? We have a separation of worlds, a sort of more further, a continued atomization. Um, but right, the atomization isn't. I think maybe an idea might be it's not like a world contained within a world, but it's like a superimposition of worlds, right? Like it's like when you're in the car, you're also in the world, right, outside the car, and I guess it's very. I think it's more intuitive to think of it as a space and contained within a space, but I think here like there's a clear superimposition of worlds. Um, and I think that's actually fair because in the inner worlds of the people, right, we see in all the objects they have, the technology, the way they talk, right? They are all reflections of the world that they exist within. So it kind of more permeates. I'd say it's like, a circle in a circle, but the color of the inner circle is the same as the color of the larger circle. And maybe suppose the larger circle exists against a white backdrop, which would imply that the colors of the circles are more dictated by the outer circle in its nature rather than the inner circle being distinct from it. So I hope that makes sense. Right, this was meant to be a way in which the worlds within worlds are both worlds with it's world within a world, but it's also a world superposed against a world that's within. Okay, so there's been an exchange of money. The blue guy's giving him money. I'm guessing he's buying a gun. That would also sort of set a precedent for how the gun in the military guy's possession is going to get into, I mean, maybe the military guy's going to commit the shooting. But this is how, the guns are going to move around via a transaction, so it's setting the stage for, maybe, it sets the stage, I guess, for the shooter not being the military man. Of course, I showed my hand and know that the military man is not the shooter, but, military man, I mean, the young guy. Anyway, so he seems to have sold him a gun, although all we saw was an exchange of money. Oh, no? Well, he's picking up the bag. Okay. So yeah, what was the money for then? We don't see him giving him anything, but maybe that's, I don't know. It is unusual, I think. Maybe it's a cultural thing, but it seems unusual to me to give someone something and then receive payment, right? You receive payment and then you get the thing, I think. Man, I'm hungry for this pizza. I'm looking at this cafe. I bet the food in there is so good. Okay, is he going to make a phone call? Okay, the deal's done. He's making a phone call. Who's he calling? Is it about the deal? Oh, oh my gosh. Okay, so this is crazy, obviously, right? They brought the girl home. It seems like right on time. Hi, Annie.
Servus, Annie. Grüß Gott.
Grüß Gott.
Na komm nur herein, trau dich.
Grüß dich, Annie. Grüß Gott.
So she is like super.
Grüß Gott. Kommen Sie bitte weiter.
I don't know. Like again, I just think just about earlier talking about either she doesn't want to be adopted or she doesn't get like she's like emotionally, psychically, disfigured. I mean, I imagine you suspect some measure of both in this girl's case because she just seems so on guard and so skeptical. She looks down. She's very closed off, which I think is more like an emotional disfigurement indicator. But yeah, she just seems like almost like an injured dog. They're so nervous about you touching them, and they've built up this fear. I don't know, but this is a very sad image for everyone involved, right? Like imagine being the mom and you get this, this is you're trying to adopt, and I guess I wouldn't maybe go with this choice. I mean, things didn't seem to have gone so well. Although, what would you rather have? This girl who's sort of closed off and nervous and scared and maybe, whatever? Or do you want the other kids that were like totally trying to put on a show and put crazy pressure on you to adopt them? Like those kids are more like, like that's competition. That's almost like, more of a natural state. This girl, who knows if you think it's like predominantly like this type of emotional psychic disfigurement, then that's also a very natural like malformation, but also it might be like a very rich social life or social inner life or very, I don't know, sophisticated social thing. Anyway, but imagine you're trying to adopt this girl and, this is what you're getting. Like, you'd hate her, right? Like, why aren't you the thing I want to have? And I can't even, and it's not even your fault, right? It's my fault, but it's not my fault because it's just biology. It's some, whatever, it's by chance, right? And, that's a complicated situation. And like, right, you feel guilty to any degree that rather than feel sorry for her for being, by all means, right? She seems troubled, but also the situation is troubling. Like, how is a kid? What's the really healthy, proper way a kid is supposed to react to the situation? I mean, this girl isn't like an infant, right? Like, this girl has already socially developed to a substantial degree. This is again, right? They're really in uncharted territory with respect to like their intuitive psychic, build or whatever, So this is tough, man. And this girl too, like is she supposed to just love them or be like their friends? Like they're, like she's being like almost bought, like this girl's life is so outside of her control and it's in the arbitrary control of other people. So it's not even just like by chance, although, whatever, man, it's crazy.
Haben Sie gleich hergefunden?
Ja, das war kein Problem. Das war ja gut. Gibst du mir deine Jacke?
So they're talking to each other, right? They don't want to put all this pressure. This is like, oh, wait, no. Sorry, I'm confused. It was the guy talking to her courier, but the mom is going in for the kill. She's going to immediately come over. What's she going to do?
Gibst du mir deine Jacke?
May I take your coat? Okay, so it's kind of formal. It's polite, right? They're not trying to stuff like this.
Gefällt sie dir?
Oh, do you like the coat? Oh my gosh. The coat is a gift from you. You don't like it's essentially implied to even ask a peer this, right? You give him a gift and do you like it? Right? It's like it's so selfish, This girl like and it's super selfish. I don't know if a child like this would register that, so it's hard again to like try and empathize and get in the head of the kid and like right and how the kid sees this really has to do with what we're looking at, right? Like what this interaction is in my view, right? Maybe like the film is trying to get us to think about like it's all just facts, right? It's like a series of facts, right? She did say that, right? But to me, like what is happening here and is a good, it just so much depends on as a third party observer, as an omniscient observer. Anyway, I feel so bad for I think I probably feel more bad for the mom because I think this girl has like a very cold energy. She doesn't seem to be doing anything that makes it seem like she wants things to go well. And also just unrelatable, right? Like might be emotionally, psychically disfigured, and you know I wasn't adopted, you know, so not that I know of. Anyway, so I'm feeling more bad for the mom here. I think like that's where most of my sympathy and care is directed here, which I think is you know, maybe related to the fact that this mom is also kind of selfish in this, like, do you like it? Do you this, right? And it's not an honesty. It's not like she's making this, like, crazy effort to empathize with the child. But again, like, I mean, like I'm saying, it's probably difficult. It's difficult to empathize with a child. I'm not sure how much credit I want to give to these two prospective adopted parents, but, um, you know, like, she, you know, an adult in the position of the child, you know, might be reacting similarly. Like, this is, like, you know, fucked up.
Ich freue mich sehr, dass du sie heute
I'm very
Abend
pleased you
besuchst.
wore it today. Weird thing to say, honestly.
Na komm, Anni, gib deine Jacke her, sonst wird dir zu warm.
Okay, so she's getting a little scolded by the, you know, the courier, the orphanage person maybe, giving it to her straight, giving her directives, right? Like, you know, this girl's trying to coerce certain actions, but the director's like, do it, you know? And maybe there's something about parenting, right? Like, you know, there's, right, this scale of authoritative to, I don't know what it is, but basically like ultra permissive, right? Where everything is done with
Gib sie dir
consent and
auch
whatnot.
sicher wieder.
Or no, authoritative. I think it's like you know, there's like I think like authoritative is like the proper way. If I remember the like classic scheme, it's like on a spectrum of something like extreme permissibility to you know like a dictatorial you know totalitarian relationship, and authoritative is like the conceptual ideal. She's very cute, I think, you know, kind of troubled and nervous, and it's not like a super endearing image that we're presented with. You know, if anything, we want her to be happy. We're, I think, as an audience, almost displeased that she is not grateful for what's, you know, she's so lucky, you know, all this stuff. Hold on, gotta go get my pizza. All right, I just ate a pizza and watched some kitchen nightmares to kind of relax a little minute, but hopefully it doesn't take me too long to get back in gear here. Where are we? Okay, yeah, so we were talking about this. Okay. Super sad, super uncomfortable, really uncharted psychic territory for the natural man.
Bitte Platz zu nehmen.
Ich hoffe, der Kuchen schmeckt dir.
Bitte nehmen Sie doch Platz.
Danke. Kommst du?
It's kind of from her perspective a little bit, right? We're hearing the adults talk. We don't see them. We just hear them. We hear command. Request. A command disguised as a request. It's kind of a nice thing. Oh.
Was hast du gesagt? Ich verstehe dich nicht. Ach so. Sie möchte gern ihr Zimmer sehen.
Wie bitte?
Oh, okay.
Sie möchte gern das Zimmer sehen, das Sie für sie vorgesehen haben.
She'd like to see the room. Oh, that's so weird. I mean, for obvious, I mean, it's just weird, right? She wants to see the material object. It's kind of like another jacket type thing. They're going, like, what are they going to do for her? I mean, it's kind of weird because there's like an air of like she doesn't really have a choice. I mean, in reality, right? I don't know if you can return an adopted child, but she could certainly make their lives hell.
Ach so, na klar. Es ist nur noch nicht ganz fertig.
She wants to see the room. Let's see the room. What's the room going to look like? Maybe I also want to see the room. Young lady. That was nice. Kind of a acknowledgement of her independence. Do you think you like it? I don't know. It's honestly fair. It's not even finished. Uh-oh.
Schmeckt mir aber nicht. Also, was schlagen Sie vor?
She kept the diet.
Haben Sie lieber Schmerzen?
He's in pain. He's not complying with doctor's orders. This is obviously, you know, advanced medical tech. It's interesting. Maybe he doesn't really think it will help. Maybe it's not worth it. It's certainly a novel, relatively novel human experience. Interacting with interacting with doctors like that. Okay, let's see. Do we know this person? I don't recognize him. But we recognize that dog and that other guy with the cool mullet. So that's the guy who bought something from the gunman, the army gunman, and now he's interacting with this kid. That dog. The dog, I think, again, right, we've got a scene in the background framed by the foreground, doors, magazines, but they're in a cafe, and you can vaguely see out the window to a much more broad background, but you can't really see it. It's obscured by these plants. This dog, I think, I really like its presence. I mean, it certainly makes this guy who has it stand out. I mean, it's a German Shepherd. It's a very brings to mind security, brings to mind, you know, defense, etc. You know, like when you see it, I get more of a vibe, especially German Shepherds in this one. Right? It's an extremely well trained German Shepherd. I don't even think it has a collar on. It's certainly not on a leash that I can see. It brings to mind, like, this is an extremely trained German Shepherd. It makes it seem like it is more of a defense, like, utility thing than it is, like, you know, a man's best friend. Although perhaps security is man's best friend. It's a pretty uppity place, right? The staff's wearing a bow tie tux. Okay, it's in the bag. Definitely has a gun shape. And this guy, I mean, his whole look is like, right, upper middle class, stylish. Not a very, like, physically confident person. Kind of interesting. Such a, you know, a sort of weak looking, you know, you could probably, you know, beat the shit out of this guy. He's buying a gun. Wants to look in, wants to look at it. Look at that gun. It's a nice, beautiful Glock. Maybe a 17 or 19. It's a full frame. That was so stupid. Let's look at that again. Okay, let's see. So, takes out the magazine. No bullets. Checks the chamber. There's nothing. Pulls the trigger. Honestly, it's nice to see him even look in the chamber, as that beats. Okay, we got ammo. You know, that beats most media, but still pretty stupid to just pull the trigger like that. He's got his ammo, he's got his gun. What was the point of this scene? Like, he came into the bathroom. This might be one of the weakest things we've seen so far. I mean, I like the imagery. It's very cool. Center frame bathroom, shiny white tile, white door, white everything. We got a guy dressed in black. It's all grayscale. The only thing with color, even remotely, is this sort of drab blue shopping bag. Guns black. Everything kind of gunny in this thing. It looks cool. I love a powerful white, but like, this just seems like lazy exposition or something. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's a pretty aggressive statement to make, I think, but that really seemed to not communicate really anything other than, like, confirming suspicions that just the two purchases and transfers of the gun. I mean, look at this imagery. It's unreal. It's sharp, so contrasty. Although, like, you have insane contrast with the black whites on the right. But, like, when you look in the sub, I mean, it's detailed, whatever. Still lots of sharp, lots of grid, automated doors, right? Automated travel. I like that look, too. The kind of, it's like a cool kind of high-tech 90s look. Very boxy. A lot of angles. We are now in the generation of this move. I mean, look at that. I mean, this is unreal. I mean, almost literally, right? This is, I mean, what an image. Extremely evocative. very powerful. I sound stupid because maybe I'm not the best when it comes to like whatever poetic image analysis like type discussion, but it's very powerful. The thing that I think is obviously like like this subway exists in an infinitely black space. I mean, you can imagine that the black is so strong, the contrast so high, like, and it has such a crisp look with this restoration. Like, it is just very, very unreal imagery, very sharp imagery, very cold. Like, I mean, this subway just seems to exist in some, 3D infinite black space. Like, this is like some render model. Uh, this is really, really cool. I did not take as strong a note of this as I did when I watched it the first time. Also, I think we see the kid over there in his red jacket. Yeah, okay, he's bringing attention to himself. He's told to step back by some vague authority. And there's a please, please step back, right? This makes me think of the way the mom or the pseudo mom asks the adopted girl to, please do this. Can you do this? You want to do this? Very like strong sense of expected social compliance. And what's he doing? He's playing teeter-totter. Oh. Is this an Austrian boy? Okay, they're across the tracks. They like to play this game. This is the first time we've seen this guy smile, that's for sure. This is nice. They're playing. Although it is crazy, right? It's I like this this kind of thing where these two, like, this is maybe the most, it probably is the most positive interaction we've seen so far. Connection between two people, or probably one of the positive. I mean, have we even seen someone smile, honestly? But this seems like the most positive thing to occur so far, and this type of communication is nonverbal, and it's also something only children could engage in. And what is it? It's like a copying thing. It's like, I'll play this game with you, but they, right, and to the degree that they're playing a game, they play it separately, in an unconnected sense. Oh, is he being funny? Yeah. Okay, this kid's cute. I like this. They're being funny, like, aha, aha, what if I jumped in? I'm swimming. That's crazy. I'm a kid. Oh, 1 second. I have a really funny. Oh, that actually made me scared. I think that that's the thing. And I like that little sequence, right? They're connecting. They cannot even, like, their little brains could not even imagine, like, the difference between them. But I think part of the difference between them is that kid making that last joke of like, watch me, I'm gonna jump in front of this train. Like, haha, and that kid probably got, I bet. I mean, we were looking at him kind of from the angle of the other kid, and I got a little scared. I bet the other kid got a little scared. That's not funny. If you bet he exists, you win everything. All right, we've got a discussion about Pascal's wager again. This actually so far, I mean, see, that's the problem. Like, I want to say it's so on the nose just because it so explicitly references God, but what do I expect? Like, do I expect some like super sophisticated veil thing? Like, clarity has its place, and for example, like I talked about this with Diary of a Country Priest, Bresson. Like, that is so explicit, right? It's like so explicit in the monologues and stuff like this is so like it just risks coming off as naive. It's so clear and explicit, but within that, like, I think it can just be comfortable. So, I mean, we'll see what's going on with this God thing. I mean, so far nothing seems too on the nose because it's just like lots of vague references, but I think it might be pointing too hard in that direction. And also, okay, so the left is the student. I really think he's the tennis player also. I'm not really sure.
Sagt der andere, warum muss ich überhaupt wetten? Ich will ja gar nicht. Sagt der eine, bleibt dir gar nichts anderes übrig, du sitzt nun mal im Boot. Aber das ist eine bloße Behauptung. Wenn er nicht will, muss er nicht. Wieso? Egal wie du es tust und wendest. Wenn du sagst, du wettest nicht, setzt du gegen seine Existenz. Kannst du eigentlich behaupten, dass es keine politische Handlung ist, nicht zur Wahl zu gehen? Stärkt die
Gut, dass sie
Politik
die hier schon trifft. Dann brauchst du nicht die ganze Zeit mitschleppen. Voilà.
Danke. Bis morgen. Okay. Ciao. Ciao.
Okay. So, let's do a little recap here. So, she's explaining Pascal's triangle, and I haven't heard this before. If he doesn't, oh, I've seen this movie before, but it doesn't exist, you lose nothing. The other says, why do I have to bet anything, right? That's maybe a good question, because, right, you know, if you don't know what Pascal's wager is, then look it up, and now you are subject to betting, right? It feels like you have to bet. And I don't think I'm going to explain what Pascal's triangle is. Just Google it. Simple. Or Pascal's wager, not triangle. Let's think. Do you have to bet anything? You have no choice. You're in the boat, right? You're alive, so you have to bet. You have to say what you think. You need to have a position. Whatever. And this obviously rings with political connotations, and that's going to be explicitly referenced with the voting. It's just an assertion, right? Maybe it isn't. You just have to vote. Well, maybe I don't. I don't want to vote. I don't have to vote. I don't have to. You know, and obviously to vote, right? Like in Pascal's wager is about I don't have to have a position. I don't, and you know, I don't have to believe in God. Or I don't have to, you know, it was, you know, believe in God, don't believe in God, or you know, speculate as to what happens after you die. But if you're not betting, you're saying he doesn't exist. I think this is true. I mean, if you think if you think God exists, you obviously bet. Is it true if you're saying you're not betting, right? If P then Q. If I don't bet, God doesn't exist. That's not Q, then not P. So the real P then Q is God exists. If God exists, then I bet. It's true that if God exists, then you bet is logically equivalent to if you don't bet, then God doesn't exist. Or you don't think God exists. That's actually true. She's right. Okay, well, is she right? I mean, what she's saying makes perfect sense. And actually is like, I think that this, if you're saying not betting, you're saying he doesn't exist. The fact that this is technically correct from like an argument perspective of PQ, not Q, not P, you know, it's pretty interesting. Like, I think when I watched this the first time, you probably just kind of, right, you go through it in a more intuitive sense. Like, yeah, it makes sense if you don't, right, but what she's saying is exactly right, or at least the argument exactly dictates, right? It dictates P then Q, or I guess the real assertion is that P then Q, if God exists, yeah, the real assertion of the argument is that if God exists, you would bet, and by the argument I mean her. If God exists, then you bet. I mean, I would actually be interested in the image of someone thinking God exists and not betting. I do think, colloquially speaking, if you think God exists, you almost certainly bet. Yeah, I think from a decision, like a classic decision theory thing, if God exists and you bet. I do think the kid in the background, who we know is the kid you could beat the shit out of, right? Who's about to give him his gun. He looks so weird in this frame I have paused on. Like his face looks strange.
Gut, dass sie die hier schon trifft. Und weiß nicht die ganze Zeit mitschleppen. Voilà. Danke.
So this is crazy, right? Like, these guys are obviously like uppity. They're obviously they exist in such a secure place. I don't know. There's something about, right? I mean, he just hands him a bag with a Glock in it, and he continues to keep it, hold it out in his hands, and say thank you, and loudly enough for the two people behind to hear their conversation, right? Like, it's a very strange thing, and I mean, I think it's probably strange to anyone who sees it. Their level of comfort with more or less extreme criminal activity, especially with a violent, you know, like why is this guy getting a gun? You know, I mean, obviously it could be a sort of more American self-defense culture idea, but I think given that this is an Austrian thing, maybe I'm not well enough in touch with Austria, but you know, like in the U.S., if you buy a gun, there isn't the exact implication of like this person, right, intends to engage in harmful acts. Like it's basically not the implication. But here, especially as an audience, knowing that this type of extreme violence is going to take place, maybe that's just coloring. I don't know. I just think their interaction was really weird, really surprisingly right out in the open, and what is this to say, you know, that they're very comfortable, that no one suspects that things like this are happening. I don't really know. They're having a fun time. They're at the place, you know, what's happening? Like, these trainers have, you know, got a bunch of shaped behavior to develop in these animals by giving them treats and tricks. Reminds me of the parents giving her the jacket, right? As if like that is just supposed to trigger something in the girl, you know, that's positive. You know, don't you like it? Um, Obviously this is way more extreme, but it kind of reminds me of that. But yeah, so what? They're at the zoo having a fun time with their fake kid. Um, I don't mean that, but I'm mostly making a joke. But yeah, they're happy, but they might be living a little fantasy world here. I mean, that's also part of it, right? Like, what is it to adopt a kid? Like, if you're honest with yourself, I think, and in most cases, right, you are trying to satisfy this like very human desire, and you desire, you know, you're trying to fill the gap. They're trying, you know, adopted parents, right? Maybe trying to fill the gap left by their inability to produce. So, um, like in some sense, right, you want to try and convert this child into your child, right? And like, you know, of course you can have like I imagine a very level head about the unreality of like, I mean, of course you'd say this is my child, I raised them, whatever, but like, you know, it is different. And you know, so a little bit of like fantasy stuff there. So I get the sense that they're, you know, they're having this thing, they're having a good moment, and they look to each other and they think, you know, like, oh, fantasy, you know, it's happening, like, you know, things are maybe, you know, this is maybe going okay. I do love this big, what is this, walrus? Yeah, I love this big walrus. Although it doesn't have tusks. Isn't that what it's missing? Why it looks so weird? Because it has a weird, it looks so weird to me. I think it's missing tusks. If that's true, that's crazy. Maybe it's not a walrus, but if it is missing tusks, then you know, you have a, you know, neutered male. Okay, let's look at the girl. Oh, this is nice. She's smiling. And the more we see of her, the more I kind of get a read on her. Like she is, as previously mentioned, emotionally, psychically disfigured by her situation. But it's really nice to see her smile. It's a constrained smile. It's a reserved smile. She's sort of right, like she's a child. Oh, it's so sad actually to think like, oof, so sad. But you know, she's kind of letting her guard down, letting her self-awareness down a moment, and she's absorbed by this walrus show, and she's smiling. Oh, and the mom's gonna take advantage of this. Again, it's like it's just selfish. There's something really selfish feeling about it, even though like it's like a totally understandable desire. I don't know if how understandable in action it is, but like, you know, it's sad because you know, like instantly already hasn't gone well. Yeah, get off. Oh, yeah, like this girl is just the adopted child as an object to be like milked by these parents is a reasonable way to think about it, especially from this girl's perspective, I think. But um, yeah, maybe I'll back off the whole deranged thing because I feel like that just undermines the legitimacy of her behavior. But like, yeah, these parents, like this mom just wants to milk it, like, oh, she's happy. Time to, I mean, honestly, like the walrus, just like, you know, you shape a behavior by they do it, and then you associate, like, just, you know, what's it called? Just conditioning, right? A little Pavlov action, right? Happy, I'll just squeeze myself into this, and you will, you know, you will associate me, or like, you know, like you will like me by proxy of liking this situation or whatever. And it's just like this girl's getting instrumentalized, but also like this mom like is just, you know, what is it? Head over skis. She's too eager to, you know, develop the fantasy, and it's just not natural. But this is really sad, both for the girl and the mom. I mean, it's brutal right there. Boom. Okay, here we go. Table tennis. What do we have here? We got a TV in a room. We're watching table tennis.
Und warum hast du den jetzt verschlagen?
Okay, so we got a table tennis guy and a coach of some sort. Really mad.
So, jetzt schau mal.
You weren't paying attention. He's pretty aggressive.
Warum geht's da? Du stehst ordentlich, Gewicht passt, Fußspitzenrichtung ist okay. Schau, Grundstellung passt.
Wait, am I out of my mind? Oh no, he did. He hit the table. The basic position's good, but watch this. Look where you're standing. Too close to the table. And your feet are pointing the wrong way. Why don't you move back? Now it's too late. The ball's way too far back.
Und wo ist die Gewichtsverlagerung am Arsch? Du kannst überhaupt nicht einigen im Ball, wenn er dich so weit hinten trifft. Schau dir das an, wie es dich verwinst. Die Energie geht völlig in die falsche Richtung, nach links statt nach vor. Ich war überrascht. Du warst überrascht, du hast nicht aufpasst, du dir nicht recht.
Yeah, so like this is not a very good coach, it seems, and maybe this explains the type of pressure he's under in that previous ping pong sequence. You know, the coach is both too aggressive, maybe, and not really working with him, but also, like, you know, asking questions that one just cannot answer. What were you doing? Why are you doing that? It's like, you know, why are you doing it wrong? You know, and this is all in hindsight. This is also media. We're looking at a TV. Kind of interesting. But yeah, like, why'd you do that wrong? You know, I don't know, because I guess I don't know how to do it right, apparently. Like, I don't know.
Draufhauen allein bringt's ja nicht. Mach deine Augen auf, schau den Gegner an, spielst du nicht allein. Da bitte, ärgern brauchst du nicht. Mir der Sport den ärgern, konzentrier dich völlig.
Yeah, this is not very
Aber tu
interesting.
dich nicht dauernd entschuldigen. Ich entschuldige mich auch nicht. Du redst dich ununterbrochen aus. Du warst zu weit vorn, alles andere ist uninteressant. Du musst die nach dem Ballen richten, nicht der Ballen nach dir.
Right, I guess he's like getting turned into, right, like everything he has to say about it personally or his own thoughts, whatever, are getting like destroyed. And it's like all that matters is that you were too far behind, right? All that matters is that you performed improperly, like, and now he makes it like it's almost cringe. I didn't mention it, and when we first saw the ping pong thing, is like it's just machine-like, right? The person being converted to a function, to a machine, to a technology itself, maybe, but yeah, like the is the goal of the coach to you know, functionalize the athlete. I mean, in a sense, right? I mean, that's what it is, to play well. I don't know.
Das weiß ich eh. Was meinst?
Is this the guy from the bank, the dad? Yeah, they're talking on the phone.
Brauchst du mir nicht sagen. Ich weiß sowieso, dass ich der lästig bin.
Yeah, see, this is a little bit as predicted, right? Like, you're not predicted, but sort of discussed that this might have been a possibility. I mean, who knows, right? We don't know the nature of their relationship. Oh yeah, we have seen this guy already too. He ate the soup while the TV was on. But you know, like, you know, I'm a burden on you. Like, is he attacking her all the time? Is he always doing this? Like, is he making it hard for them to have a relationship? It's possible.
Aber nein, das macht ja nichts.
Doesn't matter. Of course it matters.
Bemühen und so tun, als wär's.
Yeah, it's like all super, like, what's it called? Passive aggressive and faux.
Wahrscheinlich wärst du mir genauso lästig, wenn ich an dein.
Oh, this is just brutal. I mean, maybe it's true. I think, right, in general, you know, one never appreciates their parents enough unless your parents are fucked up. But,
Wieso? Wieso?
He's got the TV on.
Das
What
ist
has he
schon
got?
ums Telefongeld. Wirklich.
Little girl, there was a
Schwer
mountain.
beschäftigt. Soll ich da aufzählen, was ich mache den ganzen Tag? Ah, also.
How self-aware is this guy? Doesn't seem like very much.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking at mountains, it looks like
Finde
Himalayas.
ich auch. Also, dann. Du, dass ich nicht vergiss. Was ist denn jetzt mit dem Gebhardt seiner Versetzung? Ja, das verstehe ich aber wirklich nicht.
Gilbert's transfer. I don't understand
Wie
that.
lange kann denn das dauern?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Vielleicht sollte noch einmal.
That is definitely, what mountain is that?
Schon recht.
Everest
Ich
K2.
weiß. Ich bin schon still. Ja.
TV's kind of distracting.
Dass man es gut meint,
Heyo.
zählt ja nicht. Klar, Der Alte muss ja missgünstig sein.
Yes, come again. I resent false good
Das
words for
stimmt ja
it.
die Welt nimmer. Dann soll halt auf die Nasen fallen. Mein Beruf ist es ja nicht. Ja, entschuldige. Aber ist ja wahr. Ja, gut.
That's actually a pretty fair thing to say. I'm sorry, but it's true. Like, I think it could come off as like, I'm not actually sorry, it's true. But, you know, you can destroy relationships by saying true things too often.
Schwamm
Yeah, be
darüber.
tactful, polite, respect the,
Was soll ich
you know,
sonst sagen?
the individuality of the other person.
Wenn man nichts
Subjectivity.
sagt, ist man desinteressiert. Wenn man was sagt, mischt man sich ein. Also was
Yeah,
soll ich
I'm
tun?
starting to think
Tut
this
mir
guy is
leid, dass ich
actually like,
existiere. Entschuldige.
oh man. Yeah, it's like, I'm your mom, I care.
Hör mal
Sorry for
auf.
caring.
Du,
Yeah, this guy might be quite a piece of work, I don't know. Or maybe like a pretty, like, relatable, average piece of work. You know.
Nebenmann, was tät ich mit dem Hund? Die ist auszogen jetzt.
He also keeps saying, I'll hang up, let me hang up, blah, 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 but then he's quite eager to tell her something about his stuff.
Kinder. Weil sie hat sich nicht mehr kochen können und aufräumen.
It's interesting, too, because he constantly complains about, like, it seems like he's complaining that they don't have a serious relationship, or, like, when he wants to bring up a serious topic, it's only brought up by means of a passive-aggressive, like, attack. But right now, when he has this opportunity to kind of have a good conversation that isn't so intense, you know, isn't one you'd apologize for, he tells her, like, stupid shit no one cares about. You know, like, you can have nice conversations that, you know, like an actual conversation, you know, rather than just taking advantage of the fact that your counterparty will listen to you fucking say anything.
Was du halt so brauchst. Und jetzt haben sie die Kinder da genommen. Weil sie hat gesagt, wenn sie nach Heim muss.
Although it's an interesting little story.
Ich glaube ja kein Wort. Aber gewirkt hat's. Ja, das war eigentlich alles.
My pizza was so good.
Sonst fällt mir nichts mehr ein. Grüß den Gebhard schön. Und gib der Sissi ein Bussi.
Okay, so Gebhard is
Ich freue mich schon auf sie.
her husband, I guess. His
Ihr
daughter.
wisst ja gar nicht, was in ihr
His daughter's
habt.
husband.
Blödsinn. Sag mal, verstehst keinen Spaß? Das war doch nicht gemeint.
Yeah, what was the implication? You have no idea how lucky you are with her? What, because he had a bad daughter? Or a daughter that's tough to interact with? So he knows how unlucky he was?
Ja,
Hmm.
sicher. Also,
But
Bussi.
also, it seems like a nice, I mean, you always say about young people, you have no idea how this you are, how lucky you are, you're healthy, you're this, you're that. And it seems fair.
So ein blöder Ausdruck. Und das würde ich mir nie gewöhnen. Bussi. Das ist mir schon bei deiner
Yo,
Mutter
this fool
auf die
talking about
Nerven
pussy?
gegangen. Bussi. Unter
Pussy.
erwachsene Leute.
Kisses. Act like grown-ups.
Wahrscheinlich ist wurscht.
Or are they showing grapes on TV? Chocolates, maybe. Eggs.
Was?
Food. There was food, there was mountains.
Ist meine Telefongebühr,
This is a
oder?
pretty funny sequence here. What is this? Is that wine?
Von was soll ich sonst
Yeah, it
reden,
looks like
wenn
wine.
nicht von mir? Das ist das Einzige. Über was sonst reden,
What am I
wenn nicht von
supposed to
mir?
talk about if not myself?
das
It's the only
Einzige.
thing a decent person
Über
can
was
talk about.
anständig-
This is so wrong. I have strong feelings about this. I mean, I think when you look at films that have a sort of high society or like, you know, quote unquote high society, quote unquote sophisticated society type lives depicted in conversations, I think that when properly done, people will not talk about themselves, or if they do, it is either under the guise of a third party topic that both parties can engage in. Like, I think this is at least my vision of what a sort of quote unquote sophisticated society talks about. Because, like, I think to talk about yourself is basically embarrassing. Like, when you think about like conversation, being a conversationalist stuff, like, low tier conversation is talk about yourself, or ask them something about themselves, so they talk about themselves, and then they, right, to be polite, ask you about yourself, and you talk about yourself, and you just do that until the conversation fizzles out, and it's so stupid. And like talking about yourself is embarrassing. Talking like the goal should be to minimally introduce yourself if you want, but if you're gonna like talk to someone, you talk about a third party thing, right? Something that is like you both like in some way that thing is about both of you, right? So like you can talk about you talk about the neutral thing, and by proxy, both people get to talk about themselves in a way, right? Their views, their this, their that. Even by just saying, just investigating like the mechanics of it, like, oh, it's so interesting the way that, that did that, right? They're always talking about themselves. So, and even then, the more plain it is that you're communicating things about yourself, I think the more embarrassing it is. So this guy's claim about the only decent thing a person can talk about is themselves is like I think essentially the opposite. People talking about themselves is like the lowest common denominator of conversation. I mean, it has a place given context, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm this guy's daughter, right, it sounds like phone calls with him are, in terms of what signals he's sending my way, it's like a mix of like passive aggressive veiled attacks and telling me the most useless stories of all time.
Was? Ja, ist das viel wird, lege auf.
Yeah, and they waste all this time talking about hanging up. Your conscience will bother you. See how well I know you? That's just true for most people, but.
Ja, hast recht.
I wonder how much this guy loves his daughter.
Red mal viel Blödsinn.
Okay, that's true though. This guy might actually, I'm not being considerate enough. This guy might, I mean, it seems like he might just be self-aware enough to know that he doesn't, like, he's not really good at talking about third party. Like, he just wants to connect with her. He doesn't know what to talk about, so he'll talk about some stupid story. And, like, but he also, so in that way, he's almost like, framing himself as a victim of his own mediocrity and whatnot. But it could be like a way that he has, justified. Like, it doesn't change the fact that it's possible that all his phone calls are him just unloading stupid stories. Or rather, just because he's not good at talking about anything other than himself or like boring shit, like, doesn't make up for his like passive aggressive, what I'm saying is him saying, I just want to talk, right? I don't know how to, do XYZ, so I just want to say something to try and form a connection with you, right? But acknowledging that it probably has a negative impact because he's telling stupid stories, right? But having like this maybe justified reason for like it just doesn't account for his failure to generate a good relationship with her. I don't know if this is really making sense. I'm actually frustrated that I'm not quite able to get this idea across. Maybe I'll sit and think about it more, but let's recap. He's acknowledging on one word, so he's acknowledging that he's talking nonsense, right? He's bored. He just wants to talk to her, right? Yeah, I think this is actually just like framing himself as a victim and in no real way like materially improves the nature of the conversation he's responsible for. But it does, right? He's kind of just making her feel guilty just like the other stuff. But it's also probably genuine, like he's good enough to maybe realize it's what he's doing, but how much is that worth?
Gute Nacht. What? Gib mir kurz noch einmal die Sissi.
Oh, that's sweet.
Ja, gut. Papa.
Oh, she's busy. Sissy's busy. Sad. Seems kind of gassed out by this.
Sissi.
Oh, never mind. He gets to talk to her. Oh.
Schlaf gut. Träum was Schönes.
Yeah, I mean, what do these people have? He's got his family that he doesn't. I mean, it's all on the phone, right? Like, this is a very emotionally serious moment, and at the same time it has this sort of pedestrian routine feeling, right? Like, we get the sense they've had this type of conversation many times, But this is very serious, you know, like this is very emotionally tense. It's a very serious situation, and it's mediated by the phone, right? He looks out into space. He's got his TV on, right? What's his life except, you know, being stuck in this room, you know? This is a very sad thing.
Nicht?
This is making me sad.
Was hast du gestern träumt? Hm. Hm. Na, stell dir vor.
Like, is this essentially, right? Like, I'm sure he's met Sissy, but like, you know, it's not uncommon for this type of thing to occur and like for this type of phone conversation to constitute like the majority of a relationship between a grandparent and a granddaughter. And I feel like, you know, this is, you know, clearly referencing further to like the ways in which the family has changed, the family has become atomized, and like, you know, calling to like a contrast between, you know, the modern human environment versus like the majority human history, like evolutionarily motivated human history, where like, you know, grandparents have massive vested natural interests in developing relationships with their grandchildren, and like this is what that's reduced to.
Gut.
But it's very
Und
sweet of
was hat
him. I don't know.
gemacht? Das kann ich gut verstehen. Würde ich auch. Pass auf. Heute machst du es ganz anders. Wenn's...
Oh,
Was sagt die Mama?
gets cut off.
Na, gib mir es nur einmal. Sag mal. Manchmal frage ich mich wirklich. Was?
I might like this guy more than I thought. I don't know.
Ach so?
It's tough.
Du bist ein boshafter Mensch, weißt du das? Was hast denn da davon? Willst du mich kränken? Oder...
Yeah, maybe this daughter's really mean. I mean, I hear what she's saying.
Mal ruhig und hör zu, keif nicht dauernd dazwischen.
It's a real
Ja, dann
one
leg
side
halt
story
auf.
type of deal.
Hab ich dir eh schon vorhin gesagt.
What is she doing? I mean, I feel like you get this since she might be restricting his access to Sissy.
Ja, fein.
Ah.
Wirst ja sehen, wie es ist. Für was revanchierst du eigentlich?
But there's something sweet about this
Was?
whole thing, kind of.
Für was die revanchierst?
You
Du
know,
kannst
like
ja
he
nicht
was
von
saying, I'm
dir
gonna
aus
hang
so
up like
ekelhaft
10
sein.
minutes ago. And
Möchte ich einmal
just the
meine
degree that
Situation
they
beschreiben.
are probably wrapped up in each
Ja,
other,
genau.
you know, is
Das
like,
wären wir alle.
I think, I mean, this isn't exactly an
Genau.
image of love and happiness. But
What's up?
I can imagine, like, a more sad situation is like they don't talk, and that's fine. You know, like
Gib mir
almost
noch
like
einmal
you
dieses
as an audience expect it. Like at least you're seeing
kurz,
something that's in,
damit
you know,
euer
they're wrapped up in
Familienleben
each
nicht
other,
so
they're
lang gestört
conflicted, they have a
wird.
lot of emotions. I mean, that's still like a rich experience, but I mean, it's,
Ja, Sissi?
yeah.
Mausel?
Oh, I'm glad he got to talk to Sweetie Pie Sissy again. Oh, we have another robbery, and we've got the kid. It's the migrant. The jacket. What's he gonna steal? Camera. Of course, this is a Haneke film, isn't it? Alright, let's investigate this camera. How does this work? I don't know. Oh, he just exposed the film. That's actually really funny. If there's film in there, presumably, the picture... Is he gonna take one? I mean, the film's exposed, so it won't even work. That's kind of funny. Because, you know, the kid, like, what? The kid's gonna develop it, right? I mean... also, if it's a wind, you know, like, probably as a wind, right? You take a photo, wind it. He probably actually just nuked a photo that was already taken. He either nuked a photo that was already taken, or he's just nuking the next photo to be attempted to be taken. Unless this kid wises up and just winds that sucker up. But, you know, like, for him to look through it and take a picture, he's not going to develop it. Like, in some sense, you know, that picture is more... I don't know. That's an interesting little thing, maybe. What have we got here? This is Oh, this is the sick child, bank worker. What does she do? We don't know, but we pray for her to be a happier person. A little beer. Is she drinking beer or water? Hers looks different. It's a different cup too. He's got a Long John cup. Whoa, that made me choke. Let's do it again. All right, he says I love you. What are we gonna? What's this? What's the matter?
Bist du betrunken oder was?
Ja, warum?
Oh. Yes. So she gives him a chance to opt out. I don't think we've even seen them talk. We certainly have seen them in close quarters, and it's been relatively kind of like whatever. I think this is actually I can't remember if this is the couple with the newspaper and book, and they're in bed separate, or if that was the adopt family. I think it might be this one, but I think it is them. Anyway, right, she gives him an out. He takes the out and then says, "No, I'm a nut up. I'm not very. What I said is serious." Why'd you say that?
Sag doch nicht aus heiterem Himmel, ich liebe dich.
Oh, well, they should more often. Tell your loved ones you love them. It's okay. And say pussy, kisses.
Überhaupt du nicht.
Especially not you. Oh, yeah,
Also
okay.
was willst?
Yeah, what do you want? Oh, thought it might help. Oh. Oh my gosh. Whoa, let's see that again. Especially not you. What are you after? Why would you do that? What's the deal, buddy? What are you trying to do to me? It's kind of interesting. What are you trying to do to me? What are you trying to do to me? What kind of behavior are you trying to get out of me? What do you want? What are you after? This seems like the jacket. Seems like feeding the walruses. Yeah, I don't know, but I thought it might help. So what? Is he a foolish man who has insufficient explanation for his impulsive "I love you" and is now being punished and also being like emasculated by her? Like help what? What are you talking about? What are you thinking? What are you this? Making him feel small?
Was?
A funny little smack. Not funny at all, but it's just worth noting that it was like in terms of actual violence, quite minor. Obviously, this is so extreme. But why did he do it? Just lashing out? I don't know, but I don't like this couple like I used to. Man, this guy, you can't do that. Although I feel like, I feel for him a little bit. I do things all the time. I want to be, I don't know. I do feel like he's being punished for being nice, but also I don't actually I think I'm maybe empathizing too much, assuming he is more like me than he really is. I don't really know much about their marriage. I'll probably take back a lot of stuff. So she goes to get up and doesn't? So what? She's gonna run away? No, I'm not running away. This is real. What just happened? I'm not leaving. I think that's an act of love. A serious one. That was actually huge. That might make me cry. And maybe he's gonna cry. Because now it's back on him, right? It's almost like she gives him an out if he leaves, because it's like the easy way out, at least, it seems. This is way more painful. Oh my gosh. That was forgiveness. That is love. Maybe she's mad about that. Maybe he doesn't show her love, I mean, I'm sure I actually have the sense that they have like a somewhat stable understanding situation, but I don't get this violence really coming out of nowhere. You know, he seems like an animal who doesn't understand why he does what he does right now, but that moment of forgiveness from her and just a real dedication to the grind, you know, dedication to the relationship and to enduring, that is serious. And then she's going to eat again. Can she do it? That seemed pretty hard for her. Let's see if she can do it. But wow, for that instant forgiveness for such a serious thing, demanding nothing of him, no apology, no nothing. I forgive you. Holy smokes, that's powerful. Is he going to say I'm sorry? Is he going to cry? And also, this is like the ultimate emasculation. I mean, if she left, you know, at least he was powerful. He did, you know, he was effective. But this is just like a, you know, I'm not mad, I'm disappointed type of thing. Like, her forgiveness is so much more powerful than his, you know, petty strike. Wow, this woman's incredible. He just eats. I'm not going to say sorry. Maybe he doesn't trust himself to do it. Maybe he'll just say, I love you again. I wouldn't mind that. Is she going to say it? What's happening? He no longer looks like he's about to say something, but she is still primed. But this is an unhappy situation. Oh. No, it's gonna. Oh, that is brutal. Alright, we got this kid again. Okay, we're looking at clothes. We're at a little store. Looks kind of like a cheap shop. We've got some younger people, maybe college students. They look at him. They take note. People kind of stay away. It's getting quite a bit of attention. Taking photos. Why did he do that? I mean, it seemed way more like a social device than like he is interested in these photographs, you know? It definitely was a social device. That's actually, like, does he want to fit in? It seems like he alienates himself pretty good. I mean, he's a child, so like how much, you know, good agency can you give him? But all these different people, all these different worlds, it's all, I mean, this guy just exists in all these like right transitive places. Seems like a really nice camera. Okay. Transit Control Center. It's an interesting place. Right, we have continued superimposition or what is it? Superimposed? Whatever, we got the layered images coming off the reflected glass. On the inside, you have the people in control of monitoring the transit system. And on the outside, you have just people on the sidewalk. I don't know how to draw a great connection here. I don't have any good ideas. Tough. Oh, I see. Hold on. We see policeman behind. Policeman watching him. Standing where the kid was once standing. Okay, maybe that's what's going on. Oh, I gotta put my neck pillow on. While I'm wearing headphones. Just for the mic though, as I previously stated, I'm listening to this on speakers, but we're gonna put the neck pillow on, get a little more comfortable here. It doesn't really matter that it messes with my headphones because we're not listening through them. So I think he's sketched out, and I think we start to see the police officer. We got a runner. Now, in real life, he would not get away, not a chance. Although, how old is this kid, you know? I think the cop seems to be giving a decent jog. Oh, is he going to ditch the camera? He definitely lost. Oh, never mind, that cop lost more time on that door. Oh, painful. You hate to see it. Nice camera like that. Old High German.
bisschen ungewohnt, wie eine Fremdsprache manchmal. Aber ich kann nicht sagen, dass es keinen Spaß macht, gell?
This is the dorm student.
Noch vor Weihnachten. Das ist aber nicht besonders schwierig, habe ich schon gehört. Der trifft relativ harmlos. Das einzig Mühsame ist, dass durch das Training so viele Stunden draufgehen.
Okay, yeah. So he is also the ping pong
Und
player.
bei euch? Sind die Gauwelle mit dem Umbau schon fertig? Okay, bin ja schon gespannt.
Man, this is a life I wish I had had. Maybe like this guy is doing so much. He's a student. He's a professional tennis player. He trains. He's busy. He has a cool fashion sense. He talks to his friends. I mean, again, here we are on the phone, right? Like his social reality facilitated by tech. But, you know, this guy just seems like a sort of high performance person. I'm slightly envious. He seems charming. He seems sociable. Although he did have his weird, you know, spur explosion about the guy tearing up the cross piece of paper in the cafeteria. Well, he's talking to his mom. They have a good relationship, it seems. Or at least he's able to feign a good conversation with her. And that's definitely in some kind of stark contrast to the conversation between the father and his daughter earlier. And maybe, you know, and notably much more brief. Oh, here we go, baby.
Was ist denn los? Also, was gibt's?
When can I start sleeping there? Oh, so they're not at the house. This is that weird you know, adoption place. Okay, so the little girl's maybe warming up to it, although she refers to it as sleeping there, which is maybe just a childish type of notion. But also like sleeping there versus living there, right? It seems to make some kind of reference to the material difference between the places and not the parental. Dang, it's taking forever. We're a little over halfway. Starting to feel it. Okay, police station. He's at a police station. He has walked into the police station. Is he giving himself up? Is he a guilty, you know, is he guilty? Is this, you know, what's his end game? Who do we have here? This is the fever baby guy who just hit his girl. The baby's asleep, so he can't sleep. It's not like he's here due to the baby. Cool outfit. Is that just like a long shirt? Kind of see-through, kind of sexy. He's just thinking about things. I don't know, you know. This is a very interior man. And men also, I feel, used to be much more interior. Much more... You ready for a big word here that you're going to think you understand, but you don't? Men used to practice dissimulation much more than they do now. You're welcome. I just learned that word the other day. It's pretty hype, actually, I think. I like it. It fits a good niche. It fills an empty space in my vocab. This is a contemplative man. This is a man highly bothered by himself, by his situation, by his surroundings. But does he have what it takes? What is he burdened by? I mean, the degree to which this is incomplete, both like, right, like how little we know about it, but I think the fact that we just 100% assume / get a very strong sense of is the fact that there's quite a bit of dynamics at play here. I mean, this applies to most of the relationships we see, at least. The father with his daughter, the bank daughter, this guy with his wife. You know, the adopted parents, we see quite a bit of the interaction, you know, that they've had with the adopted parents with the girl, but the adoptive parents with one another. You know, we don't really, you know, we've speculated quite a bit about what it's like. Oh, is this getting scary? Someone in the house? It's very quiet. You can see a bee. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening? BR. Right? You can see letters scrawled into... What is this, a carpet? I don't even know what I'm looking at. He looks down. So I imagine a carpet. It seems like something has been sort of written into the carpet, but even if there was, it's probably in a German, Austrian, whatever. Interesting.
Habe ich den Fall bestochen.
Okay, the kid is on TV. I bribed the driver. Where'd you get the money?
Ich habe gebettelt und manchmal auch gestohlen. Er wollte viel Geld, $200. Und dann hat er mir auch gesagt, er führt mich nur bis zur österreichischen Grenze. Über die Grenze sei es ihm zu gefährlich.
Wie lange hat es gedauert, bis du das Geld zusammen hattest?
Einige Monate, ich musste schließlich auch essen. Ich gehe nicht auf den Strich.
Du sagst, du bist vor über 2 Wochen über die Grenze gekommen. Warum bist du nicht früher zur Polizei oder zu irgendjemand anderem gegangen?
Who is this guy?
Der Mann im Lastwagen hat gesagt,
What is he eating? I think I've seen this food before, or is that just strange looking bread?
schicken Sie mich sofort zurück.
Wovon hast du gelebt die ganze Zeit?
Hier passen die Leute auf ihre Sachen überhaupt nicht auf. Es ist sehr einfach zu stehlen.
Yeah, so we've thought about that before. This is the bank woman's dad.
In leeren Häusern.
Und das war nicht kalt?
He seems particularly captivated by this story. And, you know, he's had the TV on every time we see him at his house, and he never is paying attention other than, like, maybe a cursory glance. But here, we have a news story that is different from all the other news stories we've seen, and that is a story about an individual. It's a small-scale story. It's a story that's understandable. It is something much more apparent about this is story-like. I mean, it's not facts, right? Like, they're getting his take on the thing. So yeah, I guess that's notable, right? It's the first non-straight facts news story, and it's the only one he's been interested in so far. And of course, we wouldn't be watching a movie if it were straight facts. We want story.
Ich habe ja diese Jacke. Und jetzt dieses Kalt seit ein paar Tagen. Und dann bin ich halt doch zur Polizei gegangen.
Kannst du mir erzählen, wie du auf die Idee gekommen bist, gerade nach Österreich zu flüchten?
Yeah, why did you come to Austria? I heard that people here are good to children, which seems to have been turned out to be wrong.
Von einer Freundin.
Und von wem hatte sie das?
Sie geht auf den Strich und spricht mit vielen Menschen.
Okay, so there's kind of an implication, like good to children, meaning get some money, maybe. This is like a profitable place to be as a kid to get money. I don't know.
Wie hast du in Bukarest gelebt? Hast du keine Eltern gehabt?
He's from Bucharest. No parents. Oh, he's an orphan.
Beim Bahnhof hatten wir eine Clique, da waren noch einige größere Kinder dabei. Das war meine Familie. Am Anfang ging's ja noch, aber dann
This kid's very personable, very charming. Sort of different from what what I previously kind of thought of him. But he's also had like a pretty substantial visual transformation. Oh my gosh. That's right. So anyway, that girl, the original adoptee girl, isn't there. Right? And we last saw her, she was back in the orphanage. She's wondering when she gets to go. They are gonna like this kid. He seems so adult, right? And that's something they want. They don't want, like, it's interesting.
Das weiß ich nicht so genau, aber sie haben gesagt, ich muss ohne dies vielleicht wieder zurück. Aber wenn sie mich zurückschicken, bin ich in einigen Monaten wieder da.
Die Entscheidung, ob Marian Rado in Österreich bleiben darf, liegt nun im Ermessensspielraum der Ausländerbehörde. Die rechtlichen Voraussetzungen sind folgende. Ausländer, die illegal nach Österreich gekommen sind und die Möglichkeit gehabt hätten, schon in einem sogenannten sicheren Staat Schutz zu finden, bekommen kein Asyl.
Sad. They seem like good people.
Und noch ein Punkt kommt dazu.
I like them, actually. I like most of these people. I mean, some way more than others. I might like them the most. They seem the most, I don't know. We got a lot of close-up sequence here. What is going on? Are you looking for maybe a food in the oven? George? Who is this? I am confused. Who is this guy? Kinda reminds me of the army man. Oh yeah, it is. Or is it? No, is it? Oh, his dorm is being searched. Who is this guy? I think he's the army man. Maybe it's not his dorm. Look at that thing behind the background there. Yes, this is the army man. They suspect him. Very pretty girl. I think, bros. I think I'm in love with her actually. Oh yeah, this is army man. Yo, I'm in love with this chick. Yeah, so they're looking for the Glockies. It's hard for me to say I'm not happy that they're not finding it. Okay, so we've seen these people before. Which one are they? Is this the adopt? This is, yeah. The guy, the bank guy, we saw... Well, I guess it could be, but he had a big alarm clock on his bed. I don't even know if they slept in the same bed, but... So this was the adopted couple.
Kannst du nicht schlafen?
Oh, this is nice. Some of the real...
Ja. Und dann die Kleine.
She should say yes.
So.
Yeah, okay. I want them to cuddle. The film totally knows I want that.
Weiß nicht. Wie soll man ihr das begreiflich machen?
Yeah, they're gonna replace her with him. A well-functioning, sociable, charming little boy. Versus some, you know, and maybe, yeah, so she's so deranged kind of, you know, surface level at least. I mean, you know, I guess like maybe there's some, you know, she needs help. She needs parenting more than this kid. This kid is like, he's mature, he's tough, he's making it in the world. I mean, not really, he's still a child, but, you know, she's the one who needs, you know, she needs some parental,
Außerdem
some
trauten
love.
die Anhänger der pro-iranischen Hisbollah-Organisation einen ihrer Kämpfer.
Whatever is it? What's the Pareto? You know, for those who have it, you know, for those who have a bunch, more will come.
Der bei einem israelischen Angriff getötet wurde. Die israelische
Okay, we got a little Middle Eastern Israel-Hezbollah conflict.
Zuvor griffen die Hisbollah-Kämpfer
Pretty
einen
extreme.
Kaserne der von Israel
Pretty,
unterstützten südlibanesischen Armee an. Sie
whoa, that's
beschossen
kind
den
of cool
Stützpunkt
footage.
mit
You know,
Maschinengewehren und Mörsergranaten. Später
it's
gelang es den
unrelatable.
Hisbollah-Kämpfern,
It's not a
12
story.
Soldaten der
It's just
südlibanesischen Armee
facts.
gefangen zu nehmen.
Mit der Vereidigung
Is, you know, I mean, this film itself is just a series of facts. What did we see? I mean, it seems like it, right? With the begging, like, you know, can it be assembled into a story? Is that what Christ is?
Auf der Liste
You know?
mutmaßlicher Kriegsverbrecher stehen sowohl Kroaten als auch Serben, unter anderem der bosnische Serbenführer Karadzic und der serbische Präsident Milosevic. Doch das Verfahren wird schwierig, denn das Tribunal ist darauf
Crazy stuff here.
angewiesen, dass die Angeklagten
But yeah,
von
it's not a
serbischen
story,
oder
and it
kroatischen
doesn't suck you in. It
Behörden
feels cold and distant and far away. Although I will say these news segments are much more colorful, right? They're much more warm and full of color than the real life stuff is.
Mit schrecklicher Regelmäßigkeit werden immer wieder neue Massaker
Wow.
bekannt. Soldaten und selbsternannte Milizen auf allen
I like
Seiten
that run.
töten
That was cool. I want
wahllos.
to see that again.
Bekannt. Soldaten und
That is
selbsternannte
someone really
Milizen
running.
auf allen Seiten töten wahllos. Auch Frauen, Kinder und alte Menschen werden nicht verschont.
Brutal.
Tausende von Menschen vegetieren in Gefängnissen und Konzentrationslagern, immer den Tod vor Augen. Grenzen der Gewalt scheint es in diesem Krieg nicht zu geben. So versuchen serbische Soldaten immer wieder, durch Massenvergewaltigungen den
Wait, is it
Widerstand
showing
und
that
die
she's
Moral des
pregnant?
Gegners zu brechen.
This is brutal.
Die Überlebenden dieser Gräueltaten hoffen bisher
Yeah,
vergeblich,
this is
dass
like,
die Schuldigen
whoa,
für
what
ihre
is a
Verbrechen.
woman?
Die Überlebenden dieser Gräueltaten hoffen bisher vergeblich,
Oh yeah,
dass die
that's rough.
Schuldigen für ihre
But
Verbrechen.
that's crazy.
Jetzt klickst mit der linken Taste fest. Rechts kannst du das drehen. Genau. Jetzt klebst fest. Passt. Siehst, das kannst du jetzt mit jedem machen.
Das ist raffiniert. Schaut überhaupt gut aus.
You know, making something like this is pretty impressive.
Genau.
Especially, obviously, you know, for this period of time in programming. But even doing this, like, now in Python, you know, in easy language, this is quite the project, especially with the UI. It's pretty advanced.
Aber wenn man es in der Zeit nicht schafft, fällt alles wieder auseinander.
So, hier kommt das letzte Eck.
Oh my gosh. That is badass.
Wirklich.
That would be really hard.
Was sagt denn der Prof?
You know, maybe part of what makes this puzzle difficult is, well, I guess in this case, I was going to say it becomes assembled and it's at a diagonal in this digital screen, but in real life it's not a diagonal. So.
Aber wenn man es in der Zeit nicht schafft, fällt alles wieder auseinander.
So, hier kommt das letzte Eck. Fertig.
But that is badass. And whatever, it's again like drawing crazy attention to this idea, which I think at this point might be getting hammered home too much, although it is novel and cool to see it on the computer like this. But I was also saying that like that little animation, unless you like can't move. No, because yeah, he moves. See, he moved like the cross right now. The top right or the upper portion of the cross is positioned, you know, where it is. And at some point, you know, he's gonna add this piece, and then he's gonna move the whole thing up. So this animation isn't fixed. It actually needs to like begin with the general outline. I guess it's not that crazy, but it's pretty cool. This isn't really film related. It's just like thinking about the code.
Geht's damit auf den Markt, oder?
Are you going to market it? No way. It's just a kid's game. Very true.
Gibt's ja reihenweise raffinierteres. Aber wir bekommen im neuen Jahr leihweise vom Institut in Massachusetts den Data Glove. Das ist so ein elektronischer Handschuh, hast du wahrscheinlich schon im Fernsehen gesehen. Den ziehst du an, dann kannst du dich dreidimensional im Computer bewegen. Pass auf, du kennst doch Mikado.
Interesting.
Naja, schon lang her.
Pass auf.
Oh, they're going to play a game called Mikado? Oh, it's pick up sticks.
Ist Geschicklichkeit gegen Zufall. Ist Geschicklichkeit
Skill
gegen
against chance.
Zufall.
Okay. This is the game of
Auf
life.
dem Markt. Da gibt es einen neuen Software-Sektor. Und dafür muss man jetzt programmieren.
Ja, toll.
Weißt du, wie es geht?
Ungefähr. Das ist der Mikado. Wenn man den hat, kann man zur Hilfe nehmen.
Genau. Also los geht's. Bitte.
Yeah, I don't remember how to play pick up sticks. I like this image. The worlds are the small. It's just so fun. Okay, so what do? You use the Mikado. And
Was spielen wir? Nix.
Na, nix ist nix.
Also?
you're trying to like take surface down, right, or something? Are they going back and forth? I can't really tell.
Was na? Was geht's?
Did he mess up? Did that count? Okay, so now the other person goes. And what? The idea is to pick up the six without moving anything, right? It moved. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's cheap. I didn't really see it move.
That's ernsthaft.
He wants to play for something. What's the stake, right? It's a game. You gotta play for stakes. A gun.
Was ist dagegen setzen? Setzen gern.
Maybe I really don't have a good grip on Austrian gun culture because it seems like a lot of people here have guns. Yeah.
Keine Ahnung. Ja, du bist dran.
Oh, you know what? That watch. Ooh.
Meine Eltern zu Matura geschenkt. Wir müssen noch mitspielen, so eine Idee.
Oh, the watch guy is insisting they play for something and asks for the other guy's revolver. And now the other guy is asking for something big time. A watch from his parents.
Gewackelt.
That one, I'm with it. I think it did both.
So eine Idee. Gewackelt.
That's fair.
Okay.
Hm.
Er sieht noch jünger aus als im Fernsehen.
Weiß er, dass es nur auf Zeit ist?
Ja. Er kennt die rechtliche Situation. Wollen wir?
Also, ja.
Alright, so here they are to adopt this kid. This is so weird. This is, I mean, but honestly, within the scope of, like, it is weird to adopt anyway. You know, maybe the pragmatic choice being made here isn't such a bad idea. It's selfish, though. It continues to feed into this vision of them being selfish.
Ein friedliches Weihnachtsfest, davon träumen in Sarajevo die
Alright, we
meisten
just got some more
Menschen.
news.
Auch die 7-jährige Dalida
Christmas.
und ihr Freund
Hold
Boris.
on, let's see this. Okay, so things seem to be going really well. They're talking, they're communicating.
Ein friedliches Weihnachtsfest,
Peaceful
davon
Christmas is
träumen
what
in
most
Sarajevo
people
die
in
meisten Menschen.
Sarajevo
Auch die
dream of. Where's
7-jährige
that?
Dalida und ihr Freund Boris. Während sie den Weihnachtsbaum schmücken, schlagen draußen in der Stadt wieder hunderte Granaten ein. Im Laufschritt versuchen die Menschen, den Kugeln der Heckenschützen auszuweichen. Auf dem Schwarzmarkt in Sarajevo sind fast alle Stände leer. Nur noch ein paar Weihnachtsgestecke werden angeboten. Doch die sind viel zu teuer, sagt diese junge Frau. Wir sind schon froh, dass wir wenigstens ein kleines Festessen haben. Doch viele Menschen sind verzweifelt, so wie diese Mutter. Sie brachte am Nachmittag ihr Baby ins Krankenhaus. Der kleine Junge wurde von Granatsplittern am Bein getroffen.
Okay. This is a story I think we connect with a little more. Is Michael Jackson telling the truth or was it just an act? Okay. We have two children-related things. And so far the only news stories that have really connected with us in any way have been child-related. I guess here we got about Michael Jackson's involvement with children. I mean, this is at least... Yeah, this is like a comprehensible news story. I think it affects us markedly differently. In a markedly different way. I want to be on the record as saying Michael Jackson did it. I once hung out with a Michael Jackson impersonator and I was much younger, and of course I just asked, do you think he did it? And they were so like, this isn't like a knock on them per se, but like they were so averse to even talking about it and so quick to say no, he didn't do it, blah blah blah. But like they were like short-circuiting at the idea. And like this whole person's career was in, you know, impersonating Michael Jackson for parties and stuff. Alright, we got a crying baby. Again, we have a bottle.
Noch 6.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. That's kind of sweet.
Schon fast alles weg dort. Und bei euch? Ja, da wird's aber nichts mit dem Skifahren.
Okay, we got a cool stylish student again. He's on the phone.
Das werden wir dann sehen.
The person behind him is
Ich muss
also
mich
on the
beeilen, ich
phone.
muss es für den Trainer mit seinem Auto abholen. Ja, das ist nicht so kompliziert. Das erzähle ich dir am Abend. Ich muss mich beeilen, sonst wird's knapp. Okay, jetzt schauen wir mal.
Yeah, he's talking to his mom, just like catching up. Although, I think the children, there's a different tone. You know, they're talking about their, you know, kind of boring, who cares stuff. But of course, moms moms love it all. Okay, the pace at which we're experiencing different people is increasing, and it kind of gives a sense of event approaching. You know. Okay, we got the kid. She's teaching him German, or I feel like such an idiot for not knowing if it's German or Austrian, and if honestly, if that's a meaningful distinction. But this is like an adult task, teaching someone how to, you know, it's teaching someone a language, you know, that is something comprehensible. You know, teaching someone how to be in the world normally, like they'd have to teach that girl. Whew, that's a task, and one you don't even know how to do really.
Mensch, ich Mensch. Das Menschen. Menschen.
Yeah, and they're kind of like friends here. You know, she's not really his mom. Doesn't really feel like it. And maybe like it's going so much better. You know, maybe the fact that their relationship reflects the reality of it is much better. Whereas the other one, like their relationship so far, there's no like mommy son weird stuff. It's like it feels very functional.
Wagen 7 befindet sich in Antwerp.
Okay. We're going to the bank again. I think we're feeling like the bank shooting is coming. I mean, obviously we're getting to a certain point in the film where such a thing is bound to occur soon, although we still have some time. But who knows? All these composed shots, they're so nice. They make it good on the eyes. I don't know if Haneke has a record of working with a certain cinematographer repeatedly the way... I think Trier mans the camera a lot for his stuff. Bergman worked with Sven Nykvist. Who else? There are no other directors, so... Yeah, clearance. All the systems. Place. It's tough too, like when you look at an image like this, you don't... I mean, maybe it's because you're so used to looking at screens and it was different. Maybe, probably not too different. I mean, actually no, different in 97. I mean, I think myself and a lot of my peers, right, you look at a screen for a lot of your day. So like, I just catch myself sometimes, like, I look at this, you know, when this shot comes up, I immediately look at the screen and hardly even notice that I'm looking at a screen. I mean, obviously I know I'm looking at like security footage, but the fact that I'm literally, and you can clearly see in the frame, like that, you know, what you're looking at is kind of interesting. Same way I forget I'm watching a movie. This is a weird shot, unless we're about to see him right here. Okay, we got lots of close-ups. I love it. And if you like any of this, if you like this movie, or you like any other type of close-up vibe, you know, you should watch Seventh Continent. It's his, like, I think his big feature debut, and holy fuck, that movie's crazy. I really like that movie, even though it's one of the probably most controversial films I really, really love. And by controversial, I mean with respect to the question of, is this evil? Because Haneke does border on the evil, but I think he doesn't. But it is more controversial than a lot of other films. And by evil, I mean, do you think the film does and intends to, you know, leave you with a greater love of life than before you saw it? This is probably an approximately decent description of evil in film. I wish I knew what that sign said on the right. Probably says something about security and, you know, don't come in or something. Okay, 86 shillings for Mayday muscles. I have no idea what that costs. But who is this? Is this the bank teller's dad, huh? He's dressing up. He's gonna go see her. We have a lot of bank activity today. We know something's gonna happen at the bank. So I think we're gonna see that he really wants to look good for her. Although it could be a weird, you know, dynamic where he's trying to impress her or, you know, project a certain image of himself into her head for strategic reasons. Salmon sushi. Yeah, it's true. Sushi didn't used to be kind of ubiquitous like it is now. Horseradish. It's incredibly good. It's true. Sushi rocks. He looks funny in his suit. He looks like an old man for sure. His suit doesn't quite fit like it should. It's a nice touch, actually. Old men wearing suits that used to probably fit tight and nice, and now they're a little baggy and boxy and just bring a lot of attention to their shrunken physical state and corresponding mental state, maybe. I don't have a great grip on, both in film and in life, the degree to which, like, the normal, you know, degradation of the mental state as one grows older. You know, you obviously look at the senile or the, you know, dementia people, but, you know, I don't know. You get old, but what does it really look like? What does it feel like in terms of mental ability? I mean, I know about, you know, you crystallize, liquid intelligence changes, all these types of things, and memory isn't as good, but I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud. What's he got? What's he putting in there? A little gift. It's got a receipt on it. It seems a tag. What's your plan? Oh, we've all been there. What do we have here? Here's a cool car. I love this old 90s, like, boxy style. This could be like a BMW E something, E series maybe. I'm not a huge car guy, but I do like the 90s E series, like what is it? E62 or something. It's a cool car, but it is out of gas. And we're in traffic. I think this is the student. Listen to music. Traffic, I mean, I feel like I'm beating a dead horse with the traffic thing. But just like this type of need to coordinate, you know, worlds from conflicting and being forced to comply with one another too much. Okay, he's gonna go before the guy can cross. Alright, what do we got here? Oh no. We're going to the bank. I honestly couldn't tell you if either of these people die. You definitely have a strong sense they will. Either both or one. There's no necessarily options, but or neither, I guess. But yeah. Oh man. Who else is gonna be at the bank? Is that the father figure guy in front of him? So the orphan family's accounted for. Students very close by. Army guy is probably, he's out of the picture, but we haven't really cared about him much other than his, you know, his purpose as a gun vessel. Who else is there? There's the bank guy. Well, he'll probably be at the bank. So yeah, I guess the only person we're really missing, or we don't have confirmation for, although we know, or at least we strongly suspect he's on the way.
Nur der Straßen ist ein Bankomat.
Na schaust halt.
A little rude. Of the bank. Although, I mean, it wasn't nice to say, but it's also fair. Across the street. If he had looked across the street, he would have seen bank. Although, who knows? Maybe it's not his bank, you know? If someone did that to me and it was a chase, I'd say that's a chase. I don't bank with chase. You stupid motherfucker. No, I wouldn't say that. Alright, well here's the father of the bank teller. What do we got? Is he looking at himself? He's waiting for it to move? He really wants to cross right here. He doesn't cross. Oh yeah, there's a crosswalk. I see, my bad. Yeah, this guy's walking into the bank. There's the gas station. Man, are all these people gonna get killed? And if so, is there going to be a vague implication that they are all responsible? Oh, you can see the student running in the background. He's coming in. Out of order. Oh, the ATM machine doesn't work. What? He sees it's quite busy. He's in a rush, right? There's the old man. So this isn't as disconnected as I mean, I've seen it before, so I would have recalled. He seems so distressed, it's so sad. What's in there? Is that also the bank? I guess. But, and why is that important? That seems to have done something, you know, that, you know, I mean, I guess we don't really know it's him, but I think we know it's him. I know it's him. But, anyway. It's not as fragmentary as I kind of recall they're expected. Let's see.
Entschuldigung, ich habe draußen das Auto stehen, ich muss nur schnell 300 Schilling abheben. Entschuldigen Sie, würden Sie sich bitte hinten anstellen? Aber der Bankomat draußen ist kaputt. Ich stehe an der Tankstelle und blockiere den Betrieb.
Whoa. That got quite violent. Although, not that, how justified was that aggressive individual? I mean, he is blocking the gas station, but he kind of, like, how physical did he get with originally? Yeah, that was pretty aggressive. Oh, and then he hits back. Okay, so this level of escalation is somewhat justified, although it's pretty quick, you know? So what? Is he gonna go get a gun and come back? See, he's getting hit by the pole. He's getting just beat down by life at every chance here. The world is pitted against him. Big line. Yeah, I mean, I think everything seems to indicate, you know, nothing is going his way right now. But for, you know, obviously in some way this must all just be Is he going to steal the gas? Oh, maybe that's what he's doing. He's looking, he's saying, you know, can I just steal this gas? The music is hip-hop. First time we've heard this. Classically, culturally considered to be violent. Kind of interesting. You know, does he feel that he's receiving signals that he should do this? Does the kid really even know what she said? I mean, right? He's learning the word Mensch, person. So, although Mensch to me just has very masculine implications. Right? I'll tell you what, I don't speak German. Oh, what was the bad news he received? Was it just that his daughter is sick? I can't remember what we saw first. The bad news or learning that they're sick? Oh, this guy's brooding. Yeah, I mean, why does he does it? I mean, or why does he does it? I guess the whole movie is an attempt to set the scene, not justify, but set the scene and explain this, you know, subsequent behavior. Because, right, surface level, this guy, right, he's a competitive table tennis player. He's doing well in school. His finals should be pretty easy. He really made a point of locking the car door there, but anyway. you know, you can't exactly point to something and say that's why he committed suicide, but I guess you got 71 vague descriptions of why he might do it. So I think in the way in which that idea is somewhat clear, that, you know, here's 71 reasons for this. Okay, let's do a quick Google. Give me 1 second. The Columbine shooting was in 1999. So this predates Columbine. And that's like pretty important. I mean, this thing, it's not like this behavior is unknown, but I mean, this predates Columbine by whatever, 5 or 3 years. No. Am I out of my mind? Wait. Yeah, 3 years. 3 years. No. Oh my gosh. I'm stuck on this 90. The movie is 1994, by the way. I said 97 earlier, so it's 94. That's why I'm confused. Anyway, so, well, now, yes, 5 years. Anyway, pre-Columbine. That's relevant. Type of behavior. Oh, okay. Okay, we got more shots. Let's do a quick realism check, you know, if I want to really just, you know, be an idiot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So the clippy has to hold a max of 15. 13, 14. Maybe he's out of bullets already. Okay. Oh yeah, one more bullet. Not very well done. Yeah, okay, like, how whack was that I did that? But also, that is a nice, you know, someone's got to post that to Reddit movie details. 'Cause they, I mean, that clip he has can only hold 15 rounds, although it can hold 15 plus 1 in the chamber, so 16, so maybe it's not so special, but I wouldn't be surprised with that guy. How many bullets does this hold? And then someone said 15, you know, because that's what the magazine holds. What do we have? We have gray, white, blood, that's black. It slowly spreads. This person, I think, is meant to look quite dead, but you can pretty clearly tell they're breathing. Although, honestly, I think breathing is more difficult to look at here. And I think this is the outfit of the, this is our bank man. You know, this is our money transfer man. I think that's the outfit he is wearing. And just the blood pours out. I mean, not a ton to say here other than compelling imagery for obvious reasons. It's long, it's slow, it's patient, it's very quiet, meditative. Not a ton to really take in. So I think this is a nice moment to kind of take a breather, you know, like soak in what's happened and think about why it happened. And, you know, this is a breather. It's a very still moment as we watch this man die. All right, what's happening here? This is the dead, his suicided body, right? Yeah. Okay. No. Oh, that actually kind of, that's sad.
Kurz nach den tödlichen Schüssen. Die Leichen der 3 Opfer werden abtransportiert.
So who are the 3 then? The money transfer man, the adoptive mother, and the father?
arbeiten die
who
Spurensicherer der
all have
Polizei.
counterparts
Sie suchen zwischen den
that live.
Blutlachen nach einem Hinweis auf ein Motiv, nicht auf den Täter, denn der hat sich schon selbst gerichtet. Nach dem Gemetzel in der Bank war
Is
der
this a real
Mann
story?
über die Straße gerannt, hatte sich auf dieser Tankstelle in sein Auto
No.
gesetzt und mit einem Kopfschuss Selbstmord begangen. Inzwischen weiß man, dass der Täter Maximilian B. hieß, 19 Jahre alt war und Student. Warum er so sinnlos gemordet hat, ist noch völlig unklar. Fest steht, dass es kein Versuch war, die Bank auszurauben. Als einer der letzten hatte der Tankwart mit dem Täter gesprochen, aber auch er findet keine Erklärung.
Keine Ahnung.
Said something mean, buddy.
Tja, Wahnsinn.
Wien am Vorweihnachtstag. Fassungslose Menschen im Angesicht einer Wahnsinnstat.
An act of insanity.
In Brüssel
I think that's a relevant little word choice. I mean, it's almost trite. I mean, it borders on trite. And like to say this is not to even, you know, properly approximate, but like a start, you know, just a starter train of thought of like, you know, what's insane is the conditions in which this guy exists.
scheiterte heute auch der letzte Versuch, noch vor
And that's the
Weihnachten
news
ein
story,
Friedensabkommen
which
für
honestly is
Bosnien
not a
zu
big deal
erreichen.
compared
Die
to
Gespräche zwischen
Bosnia,
den Bürgerkriegsparteien wurden am
civil war in
Nachmittag
Bosnia.
ergebnislos abgebrochen. In Zentralbosnien entführten bosnische
Yeah, like why all this
Regierungssoldaten
violence and
3
conflict? Is it just
UNO-Soldaten in
like
einem
an
Panzer.
implied
Die
normal
für
state of affairs, you
Weihnachtstage
know?
vereinbarte Feuerpause wird an fast allen bosnischen Fronten nicht
They can't even
eingehalten.
agree on Christmas ceasefire.
Ein friedliches
Pitiful.
Weihnachtsfest, davon träumen in Sarajevo die meisten Menschen. Auch die 7-jährige Dalida
Oh,
und
we've
ihr
been
Freund
here.
Boris. Während sie den Weihnachtsbaum schmücken, schlagen draußen in der Stadt wieder hunderte
Bunch
Granaten
of grenades. I wonder if that's a
Im
translative
Laufschritt
thing
versuchen die
or if there
Menschen,
was
den
actually a
Kugeln der
time where
Heckenschützen
people just dropped
auszuweichen.
grenades out of
Auf
planes.
dem
I don't think they
Schwarzmarkt in
would.
Sarajevo sind fast alle
You
Stände
know,
leer.
I don't know,
Nur
maybe.
noch ein paar Weihnachtsgestecke werden angeboten. Doch die sind viel zu teuer, sagt diese junge Frau. Wir sind schon froh, dass wir wenigstens ein kleines Festessen haben. Doch viele Menschen sind verzweifelt,
Oh my
so wie diese
gosh.
Mutter. Sie brachte am
Is this real
Nachmittag ihr
footage?
Baby ins Krankenhaus. Der kleine Junge wurde von
What is this?
Granatsplittern
Christmas
am
Eve,
Bein
Christmas
getroffen.
Day? Piece of baby hit by shrapnel?
Sagt
Piece of
Michael
baby,
Jackson
baby hit
nun
by
die
piece of
Wahrheit
shrapnel?
oder hat er nur Theater gespielt? Das
Is
fragen
Michael
sich seine
Jackson?
Fans nach dem Auftritt des Superstars gestern Abend im Fernsehen.
Oh,
Nach
did we
wochenlangem
already see this
Schweigen
exact?
und
Did we already see the
einer
baby part? Because
Beziehungskur hat er sich in einer
I think we've seen this
Live-Übertragung
exact.
von seiner Ranch in Kalifornien
It's a little
gegen alle
repetitive, I
Vorwürfe
guess.
des Kindesmissbrauchs gewehrt. Ralf Hogestraat berichtet.
Don't treat me like a criminal.
Behandelt mich nicht wie einen Kriminellen, denn ich bin unschuldig, sagte Michael
Yeah, we've
Jackson
seen this.
fast unter Tränen aus der Abgeschiedenheit seiner Neverland Ranch. Sichtlich bewegt erzählt er, wie die Polizei seine Genitalien
Haneke's a huge
untersucht
Michael
hat.
Jackson fan,
So sollten
actually.
offenbar Beschreibungen des angeblich belästigten 15-jährigen Jungen bestätigt werden. Michael Jacksons Anwalt Johnny Cochran
Johnny
verteidigte
Cochran.
die Medienoffensive.
Okay, we didn't see this
Jackson hielt
before.
es für richtig, jetzt auf die Vorwürfe zu antworten.
Johnny Cochran.
Wenn das alles vorbei sei, so hieß es aus Jacksons Lager, werde Michael sogar weltweit ein Comeback starten. Seine Karriere.
Comeback starten. Oh, and there you have it, folks. Well, ugh. All right. You know, I'm gonna record the intro now. You know, you won't hear it because you're gonna hear it at the beginning. But you know that I think that this type of thing actually ended up being more fitting than I. You know, it's very fitting what we've done here. I think. Right. This wasn't premeditated. This wasn't a very. I have no theses. You know, I think I make plenty of implications, but in the way that this, in a sense, is an essay without a thesis, as in just drawing connections and making vague. You know, that's not really very essay-like, but you know, in the way a thesis is supported by evidence, and all of this was a big evidence collection spree with no clear, coherent thesis. Luckily, I'm able to totally put spin on this disappointing fact by saying that it's, I think, very analogous to the film and its general, its function as, you know, 71 pieces of evidence for a thesis that may not be so clear and concrete, but you know, I think I'll probably say something cool in the intro about how I'm just gonna I'm gonna draw a bunch of dots in the fashion of a pointillist painting, and then it's your job to take a step back and look at the image. But actually, I won't say that because it's pretty whack. But it's not a bad little metaphor. Anyway, it's actually insane if you watch this whole thing. But if you did, you know, it's weird to think now talking like. I wonder if there's a single person in the world who will listen to this entire thing, because I won't even do that. I mean, I might when I'm older and I want to recollect what it used to be, what it was like to be sharp and stupid at the same time. But yeah, you know, this was just you know, I enjoyed it. It was a good way to pass the time, and I surprised myself. Although you know, a lot of kind of hitting the same points over and over and over again, you know, without taking it really far enough. I think that's what I need to work on, you know, like maybe I don't need to have a super clear thesis, but I need to bring it back to at least some topic sentences, if you know what I mean, you know, like just pointing out, oh, look, you know, I think I did better than this, but you know, oh look, technology, you know, this person's reality is mediated by technology in a way that results in like a disconnection between social relations that used to be in person and much more visceral, you know, visceral. You know, like that's a fine observation, but you can only make it so many times, you know. But maybe that could also be a product of the film being a little too heavy-handed, a little too repetitive, and just beating a horse, you know, beating a dead horse. Anyway, thanks for listening. Yeah, thanks for listening, and I thought this was all right. And if you know, it's kind of weird. I'm about to say, if you like this, you know, comment and let me know, which obviously I've heard a billion times as a YouTube audience member. Uh, but I actually will take it into account. Like if there is someone who's out there, and I'll be able to tell if someone actually, I got the analytics. So if someone watches the whole thing, I'll be able to see that. And yeah, if someone out there actually watched this and liked it, that will have a pretty legitimate influence on how soon I do it again. So let me know, I guess. Yeah, thank you, and have a good one. Good luck.